you hear that sound?
Yes.
Penis.
That wonderful sound.
Penis.
That is a sound of summer grass going down.
Beautiful.
It fills me with glee.
Oh,
So good to see.
If you put cat ears on a manatee, would it be a nyanatee?
Oh my god. Oh no.
Okay.
That's new.
We have. I think manatees become a trigger. I think I'm just. I'm just upset when I hear manatee. Those fat,
That's your
That's
problem.
very sad.
stupid,
So happy.
fortunate
They're wonderful.
fucks.
They're so good.
I love them. They're adorable. I'd love to pet one. I don't think they should exist. Moving on. Into game we go.
You shouldn't exist.
You are right. Okay. Hey everybody, welcome back to Nat19, Vestige of Ophiuchus, Campaign 1, Session 62. We are in the middle of a crisis here. Hope you're ready to join us and roll some dice and heckin' play pretend for a while and engage in the wild world of our own imaginations. We also have these lovely extra people here who have been gracious enough to join us yet again.
What?
So
What do I
thank
have
you.
to say about that?
Thank you very much to Eric and to Corinne and also to heckin' Decoy Tosh who's hanging out there just lurking. What you doing, Tosh?
what?
How you doing?
Happy to still be alive.
I'm just here drawing. What are you talking
Wife!
about?
The absolute
I'm not here for any reason.
Of course.
Absolute wife.
Alrighty. So just to start us off strong and get into this immediately, I'm not gonna ask Tosh to do it, but the rest of y'all.
Oh, boo.
You know, I rolled a d10 if it ends up being. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bread!
God, why me? Why?
1 minute or less. What happened last time?
You got this.
We beat up the drow. We made them our bitches. And it was like, pa 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 pa. Oh, right. So we beat them up. We kicked their butts. And then we ran. We got to the place we need to go. We found the secret tunnel. We went down. There was a door. Vincent was like, man, door, get out of my way. And the door was like, no. So then we touched the door and the door was like, you're the highest standard? Sick. And they let us in. But they were like, ooh, fate.
Are you the
And
highest
so-
standard? Sick!
He sounds Italian.
I'm struggling today. And so then we all had to pick cards from the deck of many things, which, by the way, guys, Brett Redderson, suffer a mile away. Besides the point. Anyway, so Brett thought, like, maybe everyone pull one card. No! Everyone pulled so many cards!
That's not true.
Um,
Everyone.
I
no.
pulled one.
Oh,
Quintus
Cody
didn't draw any.
Ryuji, don't lie. Ryuji, speak.
So Cody didn't choose violence for once, and so he didn't. And then Spencer pulled 5 cards and somehow didn't implode.
I chose.
Brett fucked up. Avi's rich. Lexi has a traitor. Flux, Gigi. Miriam has 3 wishes. That's all I remember, because I was crying!
So, Ryuji's real voice here. We finished pulling the cards and it was great. No, I'm stepping in for my sweet Bretterson, who's doing an amazing job, and the Ryuji energy is very pure. But my dear Bretterson was crying, so we all got a bunch of cool shit, and then that's pretty much where we ended. So yeah, no, you nailed it, Bretterson. I love you.
Also, Vogan has a fucking fire sword?
Vogan has everything.
Exclamation
Fuck
point.
him.
Fucking disgusting now,
God
and I
damn.
won't notice that.
Rogan became
He
emperor
might
of
not
the
be able to
universe.
read.
Vogan became as powerful as a manatee.
Logan became emperor of the...
Vogan has accumulated 0.10% of a manatee's power.
It's true.
You right?
God damn it.
I'm struggling today.
It was perfect, Brad. It was so good.
It's excellent.
Of course I got this.
No, you've still got your blessing, Avi.
Okay, it said it was gone on my sheet, so I was like, But I was like, oh shit, if it's August 7th, that means Aviana's officially known the highest standard for a week.
It is not August 7th.
Okay, well, I misread my shit. but once that hits, I will have known you fuckers for a
The
week.
fact that you've only known us for a week is very depressing.
So upsetting.
I will note, as we start in, as you guys came back from what happened to you in regards to the, to the deck of many things. Morganus, the Seeker of Whispers, put you all through that little trial, offered you the chance at acquiring either miracles or more unfortunate circumstances, and you guys did fairly well, all things considered. Some of you gained a lot of experience. Vogan has taken off 2 levels ahead of everybody, even though in perspective, everyone's actually going to catch up pretty fast because of how experience works. But the main thing that happened was Quintus took none and was placed inside the doors of the vault, which opened after everybody had dealt with the Avatar of Death. As the Avatar of Death was defeated, they opened for everybody else and revealed a large inner circular chamber, a large sphere, that contained a 200-foot diameter large ball of stone that had various rings lit up with magic symbols that are spinning around it. Not connected to anything, just hovering around its surface, spinning, with bits of energy from outside occasionally entering and flowing into the rings and shocking inwards. As you guys approached it and came forward, the sphere itself, a pathway into it, opened up, revealing that the second sphere had was a large open chamber inside with the floating gemstone, a chalcedony, that Elma had seen previously in a minor vision that they had when the person's soul was sucked away from them when they were trying to communicate with them. A large chalcedony about 10 feet in, with about a 10-foot radius, with a hooded feminine figure floating crystallized inside like an amber. And Quintus, as we go in, you having been on the other side of it, you would feel the effects of the hardiness that you gained from the feast that Vindy had prepared for you is gone. You have lost 16 of your maximum hit points because those were the ones that you had gained from that feast. So your maximum hit points have reduced. You guys would become aware and recall that these vaults are all surrounded by an anti-magic membrane, and when you pass through it, that effect disappeared.
I will motion to the others. Wait!
No.
What?
Well, what's up?
There's something about this place. I feel weaker.
I feel stronger.
Don't step in here, then.
Yeah, just walk in.
Yeah.
Kitty!
Hang outside.
You're hanging outside, Avi?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Is
Walk in.
the shorter list, who's hanging out outside?
Avi's hanging out outside. Omar's hanging out outside.
Okay.
I'll hang out outside.
I will hang out outside.
I'm holding Lexi's hand, so where Lexi goes, I go.
Damn it, I was gonna go where Feminist goes. Well, shit.
Wow. No, I
you
can't.
guys run around in a nebulous
Oh
circle.
no.
Fuck.
They're
Alas.
bottom.
Okay, because
They're
Avi's,
both Pagliacci.
because Avi's staying outside, I will go inside. We'll have a rogue with either or.
So Miriam,
Yeah.
Okay.
Miriam, Quintus, Vogan, Lexi are all going inside,
And Fen.
and Fen.
Infant.
Yeah.
I'm dragging you to your death now, Brent. Sorry.
La 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 la. Like I didn't nearly,
Guys, what did I
nearly
just-
lead you to your death last
Quinn,
game.
2 things.
Oh, Flux,
You're
you're
in here, and this place was locked, and now it's not, so I need to know what's in here.
okay.
Yes,
Just
but-
1 second while
Pass the
I.
call.
So this is easy enough for you. So, boom. You lose the 16 hit points and the effect that was on you, Vogan. Your hit points are now at their maximum value, which is currently 92, because you're a big boy now.
Holy fuck.
I'm a big kid now.
Holy shit, 92.
You sickened me.
I rolled pretty well on my health.
I am so low on hit points right now.
Fenris, you have 37. Your maximum hit points are now at, that should not have happened.
Negative 58.
What?
1 sec. Negative 15.
Well, they're all dead.
What did you have a second ago? I think you had 37 a second ago.
58. Oh yes.
Not your
37
maximum.
damage.
I'm looking for, because that would have gone down. Your maximum has been reduced to 42, and you have also lost the effects of the resistance against fear and such. Miriam, oh jeez,
Oh no.
Oh no.
that's gonna be bad. So, kaboom. Noting that you were at 18. Miriam, your maximum hit points are now 18.
See, I feel perfect.
Oh my god.
The good news is you have maximum hit points.
Oh my
That's
god.
something to be
And
proud
Quintus,
of, I
your
guess.
maximum hit points are at 38. You are also at maximum hit points. And now, Lexi.
Uh-oh.
Lexi. You have 41 currently. Your maximum hit points have been reduced to 37. You are now at maximum hit points.
Fuck. Cool.
So,
Because I don't know what's wrong.
as you guys pass through and you enter into the first layer of the vault, as it were, you feel the resolve that you had before, granted by the meal, disappears. You feel your bodies become a little bit heavier. You feel a little hunger pang come into your stomach as the effects of the feast fade away, and you feel less hearty. And you see instantly chunks of your body, the crystallized bits that have been building up, they feel more painful as this happens. Like, you can feel as if there's open wounds now where the chunks of your body have been crystallized. And Winchester will not be affected
like
by it
that.
because he's outside.
Ugh.
Do.
I wish I'd brought more granola bars.
They would be inert by now.
I hope Hanzo's doing well with his 3 granola bars.
Hey, Brad, could you turn yourself up a
Son
bit?
of a bitch.
Yeah.
You're kind of quiet. I don't know if that's for anybody else, but for me, you're kind of
No,
quiet.
she was.
Yeah.
Is this better? Is this better? La 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 la.
It's acceptable. If you could go a little bit higher, that'd be cool, but it's fine.
Why? I'm speaking so loud.
There you go. You're fine. You're good. You're good.
Okay.
As long as, like, you're loud enough that if people want to, they can turn you down, then you're good. So,
Okay.
so those of you that are going in, I will note that Aristes and Lyra would also definitely enter. Omar, you're staying outside. Elma, what are you doing?
I'm staying outside with the group.
Okay, you're staying
Yeah,
outside
you
with them.
said you were staying outside, yeah.
Okay. So then, just to recap, the people that are going in are Quintus, Fenris, Vogan, Miriam, Lyra, Aristes, and Lexi.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't forget anyone? Cool. You guys enter in, and you head inside. What would you, as you guys enter into it, you go through the, stop me if this is wrong, you enter into the first layer, you head down, effectively a rudimentary bridge that leads towards this sphere in the center. You pass into it, the opening that opened in it basically just, it wasn't a door so much as a large hole in the sphere just appeared whenever you came forward. Whenever you step over to it, you find that when you get to the edge of the inner part of the innermost sphere, the one the rings are going around, you notice there's no floor inside of it. It's just a large open space with the large Chalcedony pearl effectively floating in the middle of it. Again, it's about 200 feet, about a 200-foot radius inside of it. It's quite massive. You also find when you step to the side of it, and you reach the end of this bridge and can just see this large empty space, inside, you can see the rings on the other side of it moving. Looking from the perspective of inside the sphere, there is no outer wall. All you can see is what looks to be space of nebulas and stars from the inside, with the image of the rings that are spinning outside of it still visible spinning, containing the space inside.
Whoa.
Oh.
I blacked out for a second there.
Did you not?
did?
Did you not hear that?
You dropped out of call.
Oh no! Okay, so Aaron, you step towards it. You see the inside of the inner sphere, the 200-foot radius sphere. It is a large empty space. Like there's no floor inside of it. Just the large Chalcedony sphere floating in the middle of it. There's no inner walls. It doesn't look like there are walls inside of it. It just looks like an infinite expanse that is filled with nebulas and stars, galaxies, like various moons and whatnot hang in the air inside of it. The only thing you can see is the giant rings that are shifting around the sphere on the outside are visible from the inside. But it looks like all you can see is infinite space from inside of it.
What is all this?
I'm looking around. Is that figure still in here?
Oh.
Morganus?
Yeah.
Morgana's faded away whenever you guys are doing the card things. The only figure that it remains, the only thing within this space is the rings, the large Chalcedony pearl floating in the middle, which is opaque, which is, just to remind you, a light bluish, kind of milky blue gemstone that has the texture of like a pearl. And inside of it, you can just barely see a robed figure, like arched back, as if they were in a perpetual state of like floating. A female robed figure just floating in the middle of it, seemingly crystallized inside.
How far away are we from like,
Yeah.
the pearl and whatnot?
As there is a 200-foot... Well, no, the pearl is at the center of the large sphere.
I thought we were in it. My bad.
Since you're on the edge, you are 200 feet away from it. There's a 200-foot radius, so it's 200 feet from the center to the outside.
Okay. I was going to be like, here's a stupid thing, I'll bap it with Mage Hand, but that's 30 feet max, so we're too far away.
Well, shall we keep forward?
I guess so.
So what, are we
There's
just
only
like,
forward now.
are we going like around it? What are we doing? Are we
I
going in?
want to see if there's some way to... That creature, it looks like the people outside. Crystalline in structure. Perhaps there's something we can do.
Okay, if that's what you want to do.
All of you had your things happening outside. He had said that one of you may find some way to go through this. Is there anything you can think of?
She,
my bad.
Morgana's his feet.
Oh shit, that was a girl there.
Wife? No, okay.
Yeah.
Secret wife?
I see how this is, you bitch.
I didn't even know it was a girl. Kidding.
Definitely not from my card pull. Perhaps Miriam or Vogan or maybe
I got
Flip?
nothing.
If not, we could see if we can bring it down, or can you hear us?
Hello?
The figure that is encased in the large Chalcedony does not seem to be responding to anything that you yell at it.
It's worth a shot.
Touch it.
An eerie silence inside. The only sound you can hear is the occasional of the rings racing by and spinning around it. My own audio just cut out there for a sec. I think you could... I'm dying here.
Oh no.
My headphone cable is like reached one of those points where if it moves the wrong way, it like stops.
Oh, I hate that.
So I'm dealing with that.
Oh.
Yeah. So if I at any point today go like it's because I can't hear me through my headset.
And how far away is the sphere again?
200 feet. You're on the edge of the large sphere that like is this room. The Chalcedony's floating in the middle of the large outer sphere. And the large outer sphere has a radius of 200 feet, which means it's 200 feet from the center to any point on the edge. And you guys are standing just on the edge of it, on a bridge that leads up to the side of it.
I will keep going on the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Directly in front of you, there's a drop.
Oh,
like
I will not
into
go in the
a drop into the sphere, into just the large open space that is the sphere.
Just vacant space.
Yep.
Can any of us fly?
Not of the group that's with us currently.
I could yesterday.
Oh, damn.
I can float and you can give me a gentle push. Now, coming back.
It might be a bit of an
my
issue.
concern.
All right, should we go grab it, Avi?
Isn't there some sort of magic stopping things in this place?
Probably.
Magic what?
Anti-magic field. I'll cast prestidigitation to make sparks come out of my hand.
When you do, you're reminded that the way the anti-magic fields around the last vault and this one seems to work is it's not a complete field around the entire place. It's a membrane that you pass through when you go into it that seems to effectively just dispel whatever's on you.
Is my disguise self still working or no?
Your disguise self would have stopped when you walked through it.
Oh shit. Yo, what up, Foxy?
Luckily, the only person with you currently is, seems to be Aristes, and he couldn't give a fuck if you're a Cassandria, so...
Okay, cool. That's good.
Aristes, do you have any...
Big ears re-disappear.
you have any idea
Really
what we should
racist
do?
angel.
Guys,
Right.
guys.
Aristides, do you have any idea on what we should do?
I was only sent here with knowledge of vaguely what would happen, that the city would be in danger. I have absolutely no idea what this is. Although it doesn't look like what I'm familiar with. That sphere in the center looks like a rudimentary attempt to create Sephirite. Which means that whatever's contained inside of it is probably a being of great power. If it's very old, though, and if it hasn't been broken down and suffused into the crystal, it may just be a corpse that is being used to puppet part of the ritual. It's hard to tell.
If that's the case, then the way to stop the ritual is to destroy it.
And if you believe that to be possible.
Well, we don't have any way of, getting over there.
Logan. Thinking back to like containment magic, and if that's come up in like the religions that I've studied, would I know anything about this or how to possibly destroy something like
Everything about this ritual
is
is
brand
so
new?
far beyond the scope of modern magic.
I
This is,
figured.
as Aaron and I have been saying, this is like 10th, 11th level magic. This is like...
Fuck.
Dear
This is the
God.
kind of thing that is reserved for the gods. The active components... It seems to you... You wouldn't know this, but for context, it would take a legion of the greatest mages alive in the world to even begin to try to operate this ritual.
Jeez. This is so cool.
You could try to understand it, and you could definitely, if you got close to elements, you could try to study those individual pieces. But
That would probably
the
take
exact
a long
specifics,
time.
and there's no precedent. Whatever this is, it's entirely unique. And that's why it's very much not a ritual. It's not a spell. This is like a ritual contained here. This requires the area, the components, probably some blessings that have been left on the area. Like, this is far beyond magic. This is basically a divine super weapon. If that answers your question.
I think that raises more.
I imagine.
Right, shit.
Maybe we should have someone look at it closer.
Logan,
Yes.
just to help me get a visual on it, I'm still a little confused. So this big room, with big, just space where floor should be.
For floor and
big
ceiling.
rock with person in it in the middle.
Yes.
Okay.
Imagine
Okay.
a giant
200 feet
imagine a
out.
giant empty sphere.
Uh-huh.
And you can see the sphere from the outside. It's like a large chamber. And you guys are on the edge of looking to the inside of the sphere because it's hollow. When you look at the inside, at the core of it, there's another sphere made of chalcedony in which this entity is floating in. And from the inside, the walls of this sphere just appear to be space.
Gotcha.
As in the sky. Not as in just empty space, but as in the expanse of the night sky.
So there's normal floor, and then it just
There's no floor in there.
cuts off.
And just
What-
drops
what, I
off.
mean, what are they standing
Yes,
on?
when they're going up to it, to the opening in the side of it, it is a bridge that goes up just to the edge of it, and then there ceases to be pathway as soon as you get inside the sphere.
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty sure.
It's a lot of spheres and spheres, so I understand your confusion.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to start exercising for my manual of gainful exercise.
Oh my god!
Wow!
Just kidding.
Ouch.
Yeah. If we don't have a way to get over there, then I vote that we get Aviana. Or someone that can fly.
Hold my arm.
What?
Hold my arm.
I hold it.
I try and step off.
Oh. Huh!
Whenever you step off, and you step off into the sphere, there's initially a little bit of inertia as you begin to fall, but then you stop, and as soon as you're within the sphere, you find yourself to be weightless. And not only that, you find that you just have an innate sense of how to direct your weight and can move around freely while floating inside the sphere.
Oh.
Okay, that'll work.
Well, Venom, are you doing anything like specific, or is that just like what's happening?
Kitty, I didn't know you could float.
That's what I'm asking.
You're like some sort of majestic manatee.
Floating through the oceans.
What's a manatee?
This has been fun.
Oh, he's leaving. Oh god.
Oh shit! Come back!
You know, manatees are very important creatures in hobgoblin culture.
God damn it.
That's fine.
Manatee
I don't know what a
Idolos
manatee
win.
is.
You know what, Eric? You can DM now. You can run manatee game.
All right, cool.
All right.
I'm gonna throw a fucking Manatee Idolos at y'all. It's
All
gonna be
right.
great.
Oh shit!
Okay, back in.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I would like to.
You
I
suck.
would like to begin to follow Kitty.
As you step off, again, there's a moment where your weight settles into it, and then you find yourself floating. You feel your hair swaying weightlessly. You also find when you step in that it's not so much that there's air inside as you feel like you don't need to breathe as soon as you're in it. Like you exhale, and you just find that there's no air to draw back into your lungs, but your body doesn't seem to react as if it needs it.
Can I still speak?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Whenever you do speak, though, there's an ethereal quality to it. It echoes, the sound seeming to bounce and reverberate around from every direction, as if others hear your speech within this space, almost as if it's telepathy, as opposed to actually registering the sound.
Can we hear him speaking outside the space?
You cannot.
And so the telepathy.
Hello! Kitty, I don't think you can hear me.
Gwen, we can't hear you!
Kitty, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I'll extend a hand out to the others.
Maybe before I see that as a universal.
Fairness, do you want to run and jump in?
I think we should tell the others before we do, so that they don't think we're dead.
I think we should
I'm
run
already
and jump in.
floating.
Oh.
I'm gonna reach in and grab Fenris.
Let's run and jump in!
So I don't know
angry
what any of
thinking.
you just said.
Oh no! Oh
So-
no! Your headphones.
No, I didn't hear it because everybody was talking at once, is why I didn't hear what you just said. What are you guys doing?
I
I
can't
reach,
roll
I reach out and grab Fenris.
Okay, you reach out and grab Fenris and
He
pull
yoinked
Fenris in.
me.
Fenris, do you fight against it, or are you conceding to it?
Also,
I
are
want
you
to
dragging
be fun. I'll
Also,
be
are you-
dragged in.
Okay.
Alright.
Also, are you dragging me with you, or do you let go of me?
Oh, I'm still holding your hand.
All right.
Man, I wanted to run in. Fine.
You guys are pulled in, you get yanked in as soon as you do, again, with a sense of weightlessness, and the sound seeming to come from everywhere at once overtakes you. Weirdly, while you're inside, those of you that were inside and had already spoken a couple of words, every so often, almost like an echo of something said like a minute before, just silently reverberates in the area long after it should have.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Yes.
No, it's
I can hear you
now.
Well, oh.
Well,
Guys, this is weird.
I guess no one's going to tell the others.
Those outside, you could see into the area from where you are if you were looking. Just to let you know that if you choose to have been watching what they're doing, you would see them have jumped into it and are now floating within it.
Spencer, take over. I'll be right back.
Oh boy.
That's cool.
I'll like vigorously wave.
What are we doing here again?
Quick just seemed to think there would be danger if we went in.
We'd get weaker, which honestly I think right now we can't risk. I vote we go find Morian and the others. We don't know how many are left alive, but if anyone is alive, we need to find them.
I see.
Shit.
Just gonna look at
Really good
Omar.
point.
This is your city too. Where are you at? What do you want to do?
He looks down at the ground, like the first time you've ever seen him look like worried.
Oh.
I guess that sounds like a good idea. I'm worried about people here, but if this will help.
It's the highest standard. They will find a way out.
They're very
well,
capable.
I guess those guys too.
Oh,
Those
no,
guys
there's-
too, I guess.
Any of you within the outside group that, as soon as your thoughts turn to the possibility of leaving, any of you with a intelligence score of, what would it be, of 16 or higher, you feel this almost rush moving past you and inwards toward the center of the vault. This strange, almost ethereal chill that washes over you and seems to get pulled in towards it. Not aggressively, and in no way that causes you to physically react, but you feel this just feeling pulling your mind as if something is probing you, washing over you.
That was odd.
What was odd?
Did you all not feel that?
I didn't.
No, I know what you're talking about.
Felt something pulling me inward.
Those of you that are inside with a intelligence of 16 or higher, you also feel this brief feeling as if something is trying to listen to you and trying to invade your mind. And there's a very brief moment of almost a ringing sound in your mind. But those inside, after it happens, it seems to come from a direction. And when you look towards it inside, you see that as part of the night sky that makes up the walls here, you briefly see these 7 floating stars arranged in a very specific pattern, shining brightly with what looks like a starry path formed out of other stars moving in between it, which then disappears. Not a physical path, just to be clear. Just as if a constellation had formed out of these stars, and that's where the sound had been coming from, and it vanishes as soon as you see it.
Did all of us hear that, or just intelligence?
Only those with an intelligence of 16
Do
or
any
higher.
of us have that?
I think only.
I mean, you would. Right?
Lexi's intelligence is
Me?
14.
14, yeah.
Do any,
it's 14.
Do any of you
Yeah.
in there have an intelligence of...
No.
Oh, none of you hear it!
No.
The only person in this entire group who is aware of this effect is Flux.
Knew
Yeah.
it! I knew it! We were talking
He was the
about
only one that
this
said
earlier!
something.
I had forgotten. The only person inside and outside aware of this happening is Flux.
Yeah, it's like, because
Incredible.
maybe Aristes or...
Let's see.
Lyra.
Aristes, I'll
smart, but I'm
note
a
straight
child.
out that even though Aristes does, Aristes wouldn't notice it. I'll check Lyra one sec. Lyra.
Oh.
What are your stats? Lyra does not. None of you inside notice it. Well, okay, in that case, those inside, roll me perception.
Okay.
Those inside?
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
Those
got
inside, roll me perception.
Why can't
Hey!
Just tell
That's
us?
hilarious. I never thought about how
Hell yeah.
low the prize
Baby!
collecting
Beep,
is.
beep, 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 beep.
Dude, we were
Can I get a
literally
favor?
Gain a
talking about
favor?
how other than
Vogan-
Flux, Lexi's the smartest.
Vogan
It's
and
fucked up.
I didn't know to what degree though. Vogan and Lexi and Fenris.
Yay!
You guys do see these stars move out from their positions and form this seven-starred constellation with a path moving between it, and then it seems to just vanish. And you notice that there's some constellations in here that are shifting. Fenris, you'd recognize, in fact, that they seem to be occasionally taking the formation of the constellations that refer to the Eidolons, because each one of them has a constellation that it corresponds to. And they
I'm
keep
very stiff.
they
I'm
keep
very
shifting and
stiffly-
moving.
sorry.
That is one of the patterns, though, you don't recognize, and you guys do see it take that and then vanishes.
As we're floating, Fenris
Weird.
is just pointing
So
them
yeah,
out to
congratulations,
Ah.
Flux. You are the only person who is aware of the mental probing that is going on.
What a
Oh,
smart boy.
no.
It doesn't seem antagonistic, I'll say that. When you feel it, it doesn't feel like something that's trying to hurt you as much as something's just reaching out in seemingly the only way that it can.
Sure. That's good at least.
Weird. Anybody else see those stars that were just like shifting?
Yeah, they're really pretty.
No.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, weird.
I'm concerned.
Wait, I'm gonna roll this is
Elma,
Quinn's
those
roll.
outside don't see it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's Quinn's roll.
Okay.
Oh, my bad.
a lot
Damn it,
of them are of
What
idyllic
stars?
nature.
He spins in a circle.
Whee!
I imagine like everyone else is like floating really
Yeah,
fun,
so
and then
just,
Fenris is just as bored.
Let's try to in general like stay on for this. So yeah, that happens. You guys are free to continue doing whatever you want. Nothing is acting upon you during this time.
Let me go inspect the orb in the middle.
Same.
Stay safe.
Never.
Could you describe inspecting it to me? What are you doing?
I want to go up and touch it, but
Wait.
I want to see the finer details of it. So
Miriam, do you want me to use the floaty mage hand to like prod it before we actually like touch it in case it hurts us?
sure, if you want to.
Okay.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna mage hand at it once we get close enough to mage hand.
Whenever you get close enough, you float over to it and you create your mage hand. You create this mostly transparent hand
Watch it not
that
work.
forms and moves towards it. As it gets near it, you feel almost this like magnetic pull as your mage hand starts moving a little, slightly bit faster towards it once it gets within about a foot. And then as soon as it gets just within range to touch it, your mage hand is pulled against the surface of it. And the magic that constitutes the mage hand seems to just get kind of passively taken apart. It turns into energy and just phases into the Chalcedony.
Oh. Yeah, we maybe shouldn't touch it. You guys saw that, right?
Maybe not touching with magic.
Okay, but like, what if we touch it and then that happens to us? Mm-hmm.
Well,
Grab like a big stick to prod at it.
Does anyone have a 10-foot pole?
like mouse.
Big stick.
Do I have anything like that? I want
This
to.
has a standard. You can just.
I'm gonna take out a javelin and just sort of float it toward the thing, just to see what
Gently.
physical matter would do to it.
As you take it and you float it towards it, you just kind of calmly release it into the air and it floats towards it, almost excruciatingly slowly. It doesn't seem to get affected by the same magnetic pull. It just floats to it, and when the tip of it hits the Chalcedony, you just hear the faintest ting, and it just hits it, starts drifting off away from it.
All right.
Okay, that's probably just magic then, but I wanted to be safe.
I'm back. Sorry.
Sorry.
What up?
It's all good.
So
I just had to do some stuff. I'll talk about it later.
We're investigating the pearl, and it seems that with magic it does something, and then with not magic it's fine.
Spencer, what did I do?
Perceived.
You failed a perception check.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Don't
Those-
worry,
sounds like
Spencer's
Quintus.
keeping
Just
together
to
too.
quickly revisit it, those outside, if you are choosing to do anything, what are you guys choosing to do?
I think
Avi wants to go to fucking Morian, right?
I'll go see if he's at least alive, see who else is alive, and see if we can get anyone else down here.
If that is what you wish to do, I will back you up.
I'll admit that I'm worried.
If we
You should be.
oh, wait, before we go, allow me one moment. I'll lean down to the floor and use magical tinkering to just make glowing letters on the floor. We went up to see Morian. Be safe.
Aww.
Preach that, boy. Just ditching us, goddamn.
No,
We,
right?
we ditched them. So.
Ridiculous. We told them
tried
what we
to
were
call
doing.
into the room.
What?
Seeing Flux do that, can I try to call into the room? I don't know if they'd be able to hear me.
I think the question is, do you call into the room?
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm gonna call into the room. Brain is blur, but fucking always. I'm just gonna lean like not like in because I don't want to go in the room. I'm just gonna call into the room. We're gonna go find Maureen and the others.
Aww.
And then we're gonna leave.
All right. Those inside, you do not hear it.
Fuckers are abandoning us.
I can't wait to go outside and be embraced by all of our friends.
The others head out. So you guys are heading up and trying to go up towards the Skyward Estate's main floors?
Yes.
Alrighty. As you do so, it will probably take you another good, to find your way back out, another good 20, 30 minutes to head back up, because this place is not entirely straightforward.
Amazing.
Yeah, so we'll stick with those that are inside the sphere for a bit. What do you guys want to do?
I'm touching it.
Of course you
I was
are.
gonna say there wasn't really much else left to do but touch it.
Yeah.
Mariam,
Be careful.
as you walk up to touch it, or as you float up to touch it, and you put your hand against it, I would like you to roll me an intelligence save.
Oh. Ooh.
Oh shit!
Oh!
That's a boy.
You
Nice.
walk
Get some
up
style
to
points.
it. You walk up to it. You put your hand on it, and when you do, oh, this really limits options. You touch it, and you feel a presence entering into your mind. You find yourself get sucked in, and various images flash through it. Notably, when you put your hand on it, your palm is immediately pulled against it, against the surface of it, as if it's just sucked onto the surface of it. In your mind, you see various images that you can't quite comprehend or understand of various scenes of an individual studying magic, going on various adventures wherein they learn the better parts of how to use it in a country that you do not fully recognize. You take it to be something very old. The architecture around it looks very different than what you're used to. You see various companions come and go as the memories of something floods into your mind. You see this person go on, you see through their eyes, you see this person go on a journey in which they defeat a great fiend and free another figure from what appears to be a large sphere made to entrap them, and then your mind suddenly sees these confusing images of it, of almost what looks like a stairway in the middle of a great void leading up into the heavens, a great blast, a figure being destroyed by an armored figure, and then you being left with other people. Well, not you, but from your point of view. You being left in the middle of a giant crater that spans miles around you. From that point on, the images become painful to see. You see a bearded white figure that has features that seem to shift constantly, granting a mote of light, just reaching their hand out with a small flicker of light in it, being taken by this figure that you are seeing through the eyes of. And then you see all sorts of images of conflicts with great figures, calamities, and eventually experience a battle in which the skies of the world go dark. Everything is hard to see. Experiencing these memories becomes so painful that you can barely comprehend them. And you see these great figures appear and see a battle between this figure and some great titanic being where they are destroyed. They're crushed underfoot, this mountain-sized, almost volcano, animated volcano of a creature. And then everything goes quiet. You feel something inside your mind probes it. You feel like your mind is filled to the brim with information, then gets sucked out, and you just hear a very faint voice. You couldn't understand. And then you are pushed back, you are shifted back into your body, blasted back, and you guys see Merriam. He doesn't get hurt by it, but he is almost demagnetized and thrust back and hits the outer wall of the sphere. Even though it's infinite space, the sphere is still physically there, and he hits it and comes to his senses.
Kitty, are you alright?
Miriam, you okay?
Yeah, that's not what I expected. I can't say I expected any of that, but
What happened?
I don't really know. I saw a lot of stuff. I'm still trying to work through it all.
As you notice, by the way, Miriam, very quickly in this moment, that there's a tingling on your hand. You look towards it, and you see these little burn marks with the flickers of a silver flame dancing on your hand that fade away, leaving no actual damage on your hand, but just for a moment, just small silver embers where you made contact with the Chalcedony.
Oh.
So what should we do from here?
I can't say that gave me any extra insight. Whatever's in there didn't want to talk to me too much.
Then why were we led here?
Maybe I'm not their type.
Should we try and break her out?
upon Kitty saying maybe he's not their type, Quintus will look to his hand.
Oh.
Hey, here's my thought out of game. If making the save didn't do anything, maybe failing the save will do something.
Jesus.
Wow.
Oh, you're gonna die.
I want to
This
touch
is good.
the sphere.
Bold of you to assume he made the save.
Oh.
That's
However,
fair.
I feel like you've committed to a
I have.
train of thought, so...
I have.
Well, fuck.
Let's go.
Quintus, you go up to... Quintus, make me an intelligence save.
I enjoyed that.
Well, you
He
see.
didn't. This
Well,
is
you
a very
see.
poorly equipped party to deal with this.
Dude,
Well, you
I was
see.
gonna say.
Quintus?
For sure you failed.
Quintus, as you walk up, as you float up to touch it, your hand almost makes contact with it, and you feel your hand shake. It like pushes you away from it. You feel your entire arm start to get sort of contorted, not painfully, but moved back from it, and your whole body feels like it starts to vibrate. You suddenly feel gravity assert itself. Those outside, those that are heading up, I'm going to propose that you are not quite out of the room yet for the sake of Quintus. Your body gets like ragdolled to the side briefly, and then hurled out of the chamber entirely. You are flung out. You guys, Flux, as you're turning away, you hear the sound of metal scraping against stone as Quintus comes hurtling out and scrapes along the stone of the floor towards you.
Quintus!
Master Quintus!
I'm gonna run to him and try to help him up.
Yes, same.
Are you okay?
What happened?
Apparently not me either.
What?
What?
I'm also not their type.
I
No,
don't.
it's you guys.
Type?
I don't know. You seem like a great guy, man.
I'm gonna sling his arm over my shoulder and like get him up.
I'll get the other arm.
Oh,
As
you
you're
okay?
flung out just inside, Aristides just like tilts, like turns his head as he watches him fly out. And you just see him be like, interesting.
You guys, what should we do? Should we keep trying to touch it? What should we do?
Marion.
Did it seem like when you touched it? Did it seem like you could like, I don't know, move it at all?
Me? No. The point at which I touched it, I lost the world for a second.
You okay? Was it scary?
It wasn't pleasant, but I think I saw what. I won't tap it, but I'll point at the figure. I think I saw what they saw. I'm not sure.
There's nothing else inside this quote-unquote room, right?
I really want to touch this orb, but I think
Same.
that's such a terrible idea. But I just
As you
haven't-
guys look at it, silence falls on the area again, and you just hear the sweeping of the rings spinning around the outside of it.
Are they like more active than they were?
No, exactly the same. Just more noticeable in a moment of silence.
Gotcha.
And you would know from the way it is, those rings are outside the sphere, they just are the only thing that still seems to be visible from inside of it. So you would know that from the inside of the sphere, you couldn't reach them. The edge of the sphere's like in the way.
Strange. Could you like, I don't know, like get rid of the magic around it or something?
This is kind of intense magic. I don't know if that's something in either of our capabilities. And she'll look to Miriam. Oh, man, I really want to
Not
touch
something
this
I'm willing
fucking
to do.
orb.
Not something you're willing to do?
Not just yet.
I'ma touch it.
Oh my god.
Those outside, I just want a brief moment of knowing Quintus having been thrown out. What would you like to do?
What?
Are you hurt?
No,
Yeah,
I think my health seems to have not gone down. So I think I'm fine.
Great.
What were you attempting to do? What happened in there?
There's a sphere inside this orb, and when Kitty touched it, he said something spoke to him, but when he couldn't gain anything from it. Whenever I touched it, the same happened, except he got thrown like a little bit. I got here is where
Launched.
I am now.
Interesting.
There was, it was as if it was probing our thoughts, our minds, according to what Kitty had said, but I was just rejected outright.
Thoughts. I sensed a presence earlier. It seemed to be probing at my thoughts that the others didn't seem to notice.
I didn't sense anything.
Would you mind if I gave it a shot, Master Quintus?
I believe that if anyone could, if there was anyone who could figure something out about this, it would be you. I will warn, whenever I made my way in, it felt as if all of the things you had done for us had disappeared, but I feel like I can be frightened again, and I just warn you now that it will take that away from you, I believe.
Good point.
I think I will be okay. I'm willing to try.
Can they see me reaching towards it while they're
Yeah,
saying
so Lexi, roll an intelligence save.
I want to put my last favor into this.
All right, go ahead.
Oh boy.
It's like, you think the others are gonna be okay in there? Lexi comes flying out.
I need it to happen. Like, oh. It's a save, right?
Yep, intelligence save.
I believe.
We have to roll acrobatics to dodge.
Oh.
God damn it!
You touch
my
it?
My favor didn't account to that. Damn, whatever.
Did you apply it?
I thought I did.
Did
Like,
you add it to your modifier?
Did you add it to your modifier window? You know, just pushing the button doesn't apply it.
Yeah, heck. Well, whatever. It would have been a +3 and I wouldn't have got it anyway.
You touch it, it doesn't throw you all the way out, it just throws you against the side after a moment. You don't experience the same visions and thoughts, but you feel the same sensation of something filling your mind, almost as if it's testing your capacity for knowledge. And then it pulls back and you get thrown, not terribly violently, but enough that you hit the edge of the sphere.
Ow.
Unlike Miriam, you are thrown, like, up, and you hit the ceiling of the area.
Ow. Ow.
Oh, Lexi. Logan.
Yep.
You remember when I had very scary flashback, or not flashback, like vision of like a bunch of people encased in crystal. This isn't. This doesn't.
This
make
does
me
not
think
look
of
like that. It is eerily similar, in that it's a feminine form that seems to be trapped in crystal, but in yours it was a massive cavern, not the inside of a structure like this, and the crystal that was housing it was more translucent. It had a bluish quality to it, like it was effectively like a sapphire-like gemstone. And instead of a perfect sphere of it, in your vision, it was a massive, like, spike, like a spire of it that was itself larger than this entire chamber, and you could only barely see the figure floating inside of it. So it was dramatically different.
Right. Okay.
But I will note that Fenris would look at this with a very like, this is harkens back to that imagery.
Yeah. I want to touch this orb so bad.
Don't touch it.
So Flux, in between the stuff happening, are you committing to entering?
I'm gonna commit to entering.
Okay, then we're gonna have to, as you enter,
Float back to the
I'm gonna give you 16 health real quick, because you're about to lose 16 health.
If this boy can't do it, we're fucked. That's it.
Game over, man.
Game over, man.
Your maximum is reduced to 51. You have 6 hit points. Keep it in.
6 hit points.
Keep it in, guys. As you move forward, Flux, you pass through the barrier, you feel yourself weaken, you take a breath, a metallic breath in, and then exhale, and start moving forward. Enter into the sphere, and as you do, as you leave the ground and float forward, even from the edge of the sphere, you feel your body almost being pulled towards it from the moment you enter. Enough that you could fight against it, but there's just something that seems to be drawing you forward. And you can't tell if it's acting upon you, or if this just innate sense of curiosity in the back of your mind is causing you to unconsciously move forward. Fenris, you can touch it if you want to. You would see Flux enter.
I mean...
Hi, Flux.
Hi, Flux.
Oh, hi,
Hello,
Flux.
everyone.
Is Quinn okay?
He seems to be uninjured, just a little bit rattled.
Okay, good.
I can
I
only
thought perhaps I
imagine.
could offer assistance.
I mean, we've pretty much just been touching it and getting hurt.
Yes,
Well, you
I
and
can
Quinn
see
did.
the appeal.
Chop.
If I may,
Yeah, if you want to
Are we
touch it,
going
doesn't
further
seem-
up? Let's go, fellows. I'm kidding.
I would like to examine it, if you would allow me.
No, I'm not gonna stop
Go
you.
right ahead.
I'm just warning you.
Alright. I'm gonna use Flash of Genius and touch the orb.
As you walk towards it, you put your hand out to it. As you move towards it, Flux, the size of it almost seems to grow. Stars that are around the area realign, and those of you that are outside, like Lexi and Miriam, you would actually notice that a set of stars rearranges itself into the same pattern as the eye that had been on the door that Morganus had been inhabiting. The star-like formation almost like blinks, and this makeshift pupil made of stars fixates on Flux with like interest as he moves towards it. As you do, your fingers outstretched, you make contact with it. I'd like you to have it applied, and I would like you to please roll this save into the tower.
Oh, you slut!
Alright, here we go, boyos.
You got a filthy slut!
You put your hand on it, and instantly you feel something fill your mind. You see the same general images that Miriam had seen. You see a figure that began studying as a mage, went through several trials and tribulations, became an adventurer. You see figures that you don't recognize, statues to gods you don't recognize, the eventual decimation of someone on a staircase by the same armored figure that he saw, the same crater that the figure was laid in, the same deific figure with a long flowing beard offering a single mote of light towards them. And then everything seems to burn away in it, and everything turns into this silvery flame that wisps around you. And when it's left, you are left in a space. Everything around you seems to be gone except for you and this large Chalcedony pearl that is in front of you.
Oh.
Those outside, Flux wouldn't recognize this is happening to him. You start to see the metal components of his body begin what looks like heating up, becoming almost white hot to the point that you can hear sizzling on him as he maintains contact with it. You don't notice this, Flux. As you do, you see inside the figure's hooded face turns towards you slightly, weakly. And you hear a very faint voice in the back of your head take an inhale, almost as if they hadn't taken a breath in years. Just a... And then turning towards you, you hear a single question resonate in your mind, which is, I want to see the world again. Please let me accompany you.
I would be delighted if you would do so.
The figure that is in front of you turns to flame, the sphere that you can see in front of you. Again, not to those outside, it remains perfectly in place, seems to turn into silver flame that takes the form of a large bird that spreads its wings out and then brings them down suddenly around you and engulfs you. You feel the pain of the heating of your metal components that is happening on the outside. As those outside, you see the same silvery flame rush up Flux's arm, enter into him, and it seems to start invading him, moving with purpose and finding its way into the seams and cracks around his body. You see him instinctively pull back in pain as his body begins to contort and move. And I need you to make a Constitution save, Flux.
Oh boy. I'm out of Flash of Genius. Alright.
Oh no. Oh no.
You're going to take 3d10 fire damage.
Oh, fuck!
As you are knocked unconscious, as these flames envelop you, blast you back. And when you do, they don't blast you all the way back, just into the air. There's a shockwave that pushes you off of the sphere. You float back and fall unconscious, but as you do, you feel this presence lingering in the back of your mind that you struggle to make sense of, and an understanding of things that wasn't there before enters into it. You guys notice that Flux, the fire that binds into him, seems to merge into the metal components of his body, and for a second they take on this silvery glow, and you see arcane patterns and runes and writing begin forming all over every inch of his body they can cover, and then they seem to just fill in and disappear. He is now dying.
I yell, Flux, and I run
I'm
over.
gonna spare. I'm gonna spare the dying.
You do so. You rush up to him, floating through the air. You do it. He's stabilized. You notice that he doesn't start to crystallize in here.
But we could
Did you
see
see-
if possibly I give him a hit point back because of my. There's a 50% chance
Roll,
of me giving him
roll
a hit
1d100.
point.
Get him.
If it's
Yeah.
if it's 1 to 50, he'll get the hit point.
Wait, what's making it do that?
That's part of their blessing they got from their Constellar Query.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Neat.
Flux, you regain 1 hit point as you come to and your eyes snap open.
Flux.
Flux,
What happened?
are you okay?
I believe so. I
Oh,
have
that
been
didn't
better,
happen.
but
Flux, I'm going to put something on your sheet as you struggle to comprehend what just happened. You look at your hands, and the others can't see it, but you can feel this warmth moving under your skin. Well, he
Skin.
As much as he has.
this warmth moving underneath your skin. You do have bark-like elements that constitute skin, like you're partially wood.
yeah.
Cool.
And as they do, you can feel it like living within you, like moving, almost as if like you're under the effect of a constant spell. I'm going to let this be a secret for you. I have just put something on your sheet as a feat.
Come on, share with the class.
Did you gain a parasite?
You have gained 2 abilities. Well, you gained some stuff, but you've gained basic, for the most part, 2 abilities that you can read on your own, each of which you can use once per week.
I will read this very carefully.
Oh man.
Yeah, careful. We've known Aviana for a week. If
Those,
that tells you anything.
well, they deal with that. Those outside. You see effectively this happening, but you would have had lots of time to head off. By the way, thanks for being a good sport about all the attention they're getting, guys. But what would you guys?
Flux just explode?
I don't know. We have to trust that they can handle it, though. You trust them, right? I'm just gonna be looking Quinn dead in the eyes.
If I didn't, I wouldn't have went inside that room in the first place.
Exactly. Our plan was to head to the roof, or to go find Morian and the others, who teleported away. Morgana said that there are still a few alive, and we need to know who. You want to come with, or are you going back in?
I don't believe whatever's in there enjoys my company, so I think I'll go with you, if the 3 of you will allow it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine by me.
Yeah.
I just needed to know.
Also, I need to pick up my horse.
I don't know
Wow.
if your horse is going to be coming upstairs with us. Let's just hope that Winchester's
There's an elevator.
Oh,
Logan.
Yeah.
Did you tell Cody about the cowboy and Cowboy Bebop?
I did not. We'll tell him later.
Oh my god.
We'll tell him
yes.
later.
Oh,
We'll tell him
break.
later.
For break. Yeah.
We found Quintus and Cowboy
Quintus
Bebop.
and Cowboy Bebop.
And we
They were in
thought you
anime.
should know.
Yeah.
But you see, you guys are going to, while this is happening, proceed back upstairs.
Yep. I'm
Okay.
gonna start heading
Definitively this time, you proceed upstairs and you make it.
Hey.
With nothing flying out to interrupt you. Giving mostly Izzy some time here to digest what that is, so that he can, because he would know its effects instantly. So,
Appreciate it.
as you guys head upstairs, you follow the pathways that lead back up. You pass by the same writing. You eventually emerge into the base floor of the Skyward Estate again, where Winchester's just kind of hanging out, sitting in the middle of the entry hall, unable to have made it into the initial stairwell that leads down. Just as when you come, you hear like clops of his feet, and when he sees Quintus, you see him give a bit of a whinny, and then looks towards all of you, trots over
At
to you.
least the one thing I know is that he's not afraid.
Oh.
Unlike the rest of us who went inside that room and lost that ability. I've only ever went there with the aid of that elevator in the main floor. We can attempt to see if it still works, but
Yeah.
All right.
Let's do it. We're gonna go into the elevator.
All right. You head towards it as you head towards the elevator, and you reach it. It's connected effectively off just to the side of the main hall. You get to it. It is large enough that Winchester and you guys could step into it. You do. Who has seen it in this group activated? I think Quintus, you are the only
I
one.
have.
Quintus,
No, I have.
you saw it operated before?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, she
Both
she
of
was
you.
busy like hiding herself, but yeah, she saw it.
Could you just go ahead and roll could you roll me, let's say, intelligence checks real quick, just to see if you remember how to work the elevator. All right.
I'll be on it.
I only wanted a 10 because this is just a matter of remembering like which basically runes on the wall to touch. It starts up slowly, as if the magic in it is finding it hard to get going, but it flickers to life. It moves up. You guys are elevated far up into the skyward estate, and eventually it opens up to the same open concept, large balcony combination throne room that you had met with before. As soon as it opens, the first thing you see is that the large crystal tendrils that are coming up from the ground below, which are massive, they are like the size of tree trunks effectively in width, they're spiraling up and snaking into this room, and you see that a large chunk of this room where the throne had been appears to be completely embedded in a wall of crystal. And you just see this heartbeat like as magical energy is being pumped out of it with a rhythm and focused and heading down these crystal spires into the earth below. You see two figures standing up here. Well, you'd see three figures. First of all, when you enter, you would see Vindy looking at the edge of the balcony, looking out at the city. You would see Lilywind within this area, inspecting the crystal that is taking up most of the room. And another figure you would see would be someone you would recognize to not be... You might not know necessarily what like a nun looks like, but somebody that is carrying a series of cross-pattern items and has a very large bronze greatsword on their back and has a skull mask worn underneath their hood. What are you doing currently, sister? What is your activity in the room?
Well, I was sharpening my sword.
They are sharpening their sword.
Wait, Toss was in here for a reason?
What?
Oh, I love sister! Sorry, I'm good.
Well, isn't this a surprise?
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm sharpening my sword. Clearly, I thought that was obvious, but
Elma is overjoyed and runs over to sister.
she embraces her. Oh, what on earth are you all doing here? How did you get in?
The elevator.
Ah.
Was there anyone else here?
Fucking both sides just being like stating the obvious.
Of course.
No, I came here to check on things. And, well, I think it's safe to say things are not going optimally. It is a pleasure to see you doing well.
As good as I can be right now. I'm just frantically looking around the room to see if there's any sign of anyone else who transported in.
Looking around, you do see several statues of people in the room, guards. You see one of Valder, and you do see one weapon pointed inwards toward the large crystal formation that's covering the throne. You do see what appears to be a crystallized statue of Rory. As you seem to notice it, you hear Vindy not turning back to use voice, just softly.
There was nothing to be done to protect those that did not have the aptitude to survive it. I apologize. If not for Lord Morian's actions, then I feel that we would all likely be in that state currently.
She turns after speaking to all of you.
I was starting to wonder when you would show up, or if that dragon had killed you on the spot.
We made it out.
Avi,
We managed.
sorry. Continue. That's he just looks at you and says your name and like puts his hand on your shoulder.
It was dramatic effect.
Avi.
I'm just gonna put my hand
It's like,
over his hand.
More like inquisitive, like, are you okay? More like.
Right, yeah.
Just shaking my head, just staring at Rory's statue. No, we got out just fine. Morian said to go to the bunker, so that's where we went first. We should have come here sooner.
Did you manage to get it open?
Yes.
And did you find anything worthwhile?
There's a large sphere in there. It's just like an endless void and sphere, and there's a being in it. An aspect of Vestius appeared to us. Gave us a test. To change fate.
And yet fate remains quite unchanged.
It seems a bit soon to say that, don't you think?
I'm just gonna walk across the room towards the statue of Rory, and at this point there's just tears rolling down her face, just not caring.
We were told about what happened with my Lord Morian. I'm guessing he looks beyond over toward where Lilywind is.
You see her, like, leaning somewhat despondently, very, like, elbow up over her head, leaning her forehead against it. Not in any, like, sort of defeated way. You just get the sense that she's thinking and frustrated. As you look at her and you look past her, you see that inside the crystal, deep embedded in it, High Lord Morian is sitting on the throne that is embedded in crystal, both arms upon the armrests, and the heartbeats that are drawing magical energy out seem to be drawing it from directly where he is, this in the form of this like brilliant golden bronze light that emanates out from him. And since we're actually here and about this much time has passed, I'm gonna go ahead and kaboom.
I'll explode.
Well, heck.
The universe is taking damage.
Oh, that's, yeah.
I mean, it sure is.
You see Lilywind backs up.
Whenever things began, he made himself the target of this whole thing, I think. He backed up, said he was going to buy everybody else time. The crystals seemed to form around him as if he was luring them in. The spires came up as if to restrain him. And he's been slowly being sapped ever since this began.
He may be a fool, but I'd expect no less. However, I would like to do what I can to aid in this situation before it progresses too far.
It's already progressed too far. I don't know what to do.
The only hope that we might have,
Lilywind starts.
and I don't even think it would matter at this point, is between the time when we were teleported away and all of this began, Agravain returned to their estate, and they used their teleportation circle to return to the elemental plane of fire. They said they would go to the City of Brass, and if things got out of hand, bring somebody back, but I have a distinct feeling that we're beyond the reach of anybody outside right now.
As soon as the Tenebros changed his form, I believe This place has been sealed away. We were told
Does
about
that
an
mean
ancient
if he's
ritual.
gone, then I was
He's
just
not
saying,
gone
does that mean if he's gone, then it would go away?
I think that's the only thing that I can think of. Either destroying the ritual or destroying the reason the ritual should be here.
As long as his body's intact, I mean, he should come out of it if we fix this. If we fix it.
Vindy.
Sister kind of ruffles Elma's hair as she's still just kind of like hugging her and everything.
One can hope.
You see a little bit of electricity crackle along Vindy's arm, and she seems to use it to, like, shift the air. Like, you see the air take on an almost fabric-like feel, and she, like, parts it like it's ribbons in the air that then go back to being translucent.
From what I've seen of what's happening, especially being this close to Lord Morian, I'm not sure how much all of you would be familiar with the Weave, but it seems that what's going on here is the spell is creating a sort of second weave that has connected itself to every living thing here. That's magic has become far more potent than it was outside, and I've been using that to stop any of them, she points out to the few remaining algoritms floating above the city, from getting to here. But I'm not actually familiar with anything that could create a second weave. It is said that Vestige creates the weave to allow mortal beings to access magic, to allow us to control the arcane. Whatever this thing is that's underneath the city, this being, it apparently has the ability to, even as a corpse, create a second one. But not for anyone's benefit. I'm not sure if that helps us. I just thought I'd let you know, so that if any of your spellcasting friends find that they are empowered, they understand why. And perhaps you understand the ramifications of using that power you've been granted means that you are dipping into the life force being drawn from the city to cast your spells. I do not believe that you are extinguishing the souls of the people here, but the ambient energy sucked from them in the form of their life. That is having the inadvertent effect of empowering those of us already connected to the weave.
You've studied magic a long time. Do you know of anything that could possibly help reverse it or destroy this thing down below that's causing this?
The destruction of whatever's creating the second weave would entirely collapse the magic that we're experiencing. However, I imagine whatever it is also where all of the souls being collected are, so to destroy it would mean to kill them. I don't know if such a thing would have a fail state where it would return things to how they are, but these things are rarely so giving. We could end it maybe, but reverse the damage, I don't think so. Not without some outside help. My understanding of magic is rather innate. It is something that I've studied somewhat, but for the most part I've always just been gifted. So apart from understanding that there is a second flow of magic around us, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how to manipulate it anymore.
Understood.
Sister approaches Avi and just puts a hand on her shoulder. I think she's just picking up on her distress, so.
She's currently bawling, and so is Hayden. So.
Oh.
Navi's
Suicide squawk hug.
The whole time she's been talking to Vindy, her eyes have just been on the statue. If you were to leave this place, I hope not. Vindy, if you were to leave this place, the Algoriths would attack, yes?
To leave here now.
She looks out to the city, and as she draws your gaze to it, you see that almost apart from the large chunks of the floating city and apart from some of the surrounding Platinum District, there's basically no ground left to the city. You can see the bottom of the dome beyond the city as if the city ended in cliffs that just went straight down to nothingness.
If one was to leave. I believe that apart from a few souls that are lying in wait, everybody is gone, so the Algoriths, as you have named them, or the Tenebros itself would likely quickly find itself drawn to anybody who moved. I don't know what his impulses are, but he seems to be trying to resolve this with violence. But yes, the answer, I suppose, is if I left here, I would likely draw their attention.
Alright. I don't have any ideas. I'm out of ideas. I hoped we could get everyone down to the bunker, but I don't think that's possible. Quintus, I could really use a motivational speech right now.
Quintus looks over towards you, is just looking from, the two guard brothers' crystalline structures over toward Morian, back toward everyone. I'm out of my element. I'm never thought something on this scale possible, to be honest. I see now the true ferocity that magic can bring. But I believe we are not the only ones who believe that we can do something about this. The others down in the bunker, they are doing all they can with whatever that thing is. There has to be more people like us outside of here. Has to be. I know them. And High Lord Morian hasn't given up on us yet either.
It certainly is a pity that Ophiuchus is not present.
What?
I suppose Aviana. I suppose none of you would have ever heard about it except for, perhaps, yourself, Quintus. After all, you would have heard the same warning that was within the vault underneath the city when you entered in pursuit of Murkwire. The problem that faces us is destroying a god, or at least something that used to be one. The way that the talons of Azharul were initially stripped of their divinity was the god-slaying spear, one that belonged to the Solar Knight Ophiuchus. I don't know much about them beyond that, but if we had such a weapon, that would be very convenient for us.
A spear?
What?
Where would...
I can't imagine it's here. I'm just speaking my mind.
Well, there's only one way to find out.
Sister.
Lilywind. You're the one in charge of the vault, are you not?
There is no god-slaying spear within the vaults. Certainly if we had something like that, the royal family would have confiscated it from us.
But did you check in the back?
Yeah, did you check in the back?
I did. I checked in the back.
Oh.
We don't have any god-slaying spears stuck in storage, I'm sorry.
Where did...
You said
Look,
there's
I'm trying to
large...
remember. I'm trying to remember the exact conversation Ophiuchus was brought up with it, and it was the.
Whenever you guys, there's 2 times it's been mentioned. The first was when you went into the vault under the city, and the
Second one's from
the warning then that the Nephilim had left to any who entered that tried to dissuade you from entering stated that Ophiuchus used the God-slaying spear to initially fell the archfiend whose essence is trapped within. The second time was when Aristes appeared, and he, I believe, if I'm not misremembering, he made reference to Ophiuchus having used a Godsling spear to separate the Talons of Azarul from Tiamat's divine essence originally.
Because I remember saying something I remember, like, basically being like, oh, well, we need to go and get it or something, and him getting mad at me.
Yes.
He had said where did he not say it was in
No.
a vault?
He didn't say anything about where it was.
Okay, because he got mad at me for wanting to go into a vault, I think.
Yes, he got mad at you for having been in one, and the insinuation that you would continue to try to look in them.
Yeah. Spear.
Would only he know it? Like, could do a history check or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Elma, you could make one. Because of where you're from, I would say that you would know more about, like, the distant past than anybody here would.
Yeah. Is there any chance that sister might know anything as well?
Let's all try
Even,
our
like,
abilities.
Like fringe. Oh yes.
I'd say go ahead. The DC will be higher for you, sister.
Oh,
Yes.
How does that sound? Well.
Yes.
Ignore him, and make your checks. Roll history checks.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, yeah.
that was so close. 19.
Elma. In some of the books and some of the scrolls and stories that you heard about the city your mother came from and whatnot, you would have read a bit about Ophiuchus, the Solar Knight. One of the primary gods that originally existed, who no longer seems to be an active force in the world. You would have read at some point about a spear being forged that was referred to on and off in texts as the Zodiac Slayer. That was a god-forged weapon that was made because one of the primary gods required a way to kill another. It was a spear that was... there's various legends surrounding it, but the most consistent fact that you would have heard within them when in your studies of it are that the spear was made to house the essences of other gods to make it capable of permanently destroying a god. You would also have read, 22 is pretty high, so you would also have read it was never properly completed. It was used in a war among the gods a long time ago, but it was never filled with the essence that it needed to function properly, but was powerful enough to mortally wound gods and to separate them from their divinity, but not to kill their immortal souls.
Okay.
The spear, its ultimate fate, you wouldn't know. However, at some point in history, it seemed to be forgotten entirely. Just like Ophiuchus, just like Mnemosyne and whatnot, it seems like history just stopped talking about it at some point. The Eidolons became the primary gods, or the main pantheon, and the old gods weren't spoken of anymore.
Not sure where to go on with that.
It's just
Well, I
information.
mean, yeah, it's just there's information about it, but it's kind of lost to time. But I mean, it's probably maybe still out there.
I don't think we have time
Out
to
there or out there, like points to the field.
Unfortunately, I don't know that part.
Could only assume it's outside of what the city used to be.
City used to be.
I just mean, before this happened.
There was a city before this one, wasn't there?
Mm-hmm.
That's where you come from, right, Elma?
Yes? I don't remember. Are we talking about the underground city?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If if you know of these things, and people have been talking about them as much as they have, and potentially down there, do you think that anyone else down there would know? Will we even have time?
It might not be safe to go down there.
That's not usually a factor that I keep in mind.
It's true. I don't
It's
know
not
if we'd
safe
have
anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, but if we're not turned to crystals here, you might be turned to stone down there.
Hmm? Is there something similar happening there?
I mean, at least I thought that's what my mother was doing, but now it seems similar to this crystal.
Your mother turns people to stone.
My mother was mentioned on the wall when we were coming here.
Oh, yeah.
Don't really like talking about her too much, but yeah.
I understand that. I'm gonna look at my fan.
The frightening ability.
Logan, you said there was like a large like window or like hole or something that looks out into the city, right, Logan?
Yeah.
This thing's open as heck.
The way I like to describe this place is, you know, in Aladdin, you know, like the last scene of Aladdin where Genie gets his freedom and whatnot, just that large open throne room where a wall is just a massive balcony. This is like that.
Okay. Looking around, do we spot a big old black fuck off dragon?
Oh yeah,
flying around?
you occasionally see him flying around, landing, attacking, destroying some buildings, landing on a piece of flying debris, attacking the algoritms, knocking them out one by one. There's like less than a dozen of them at this point, by the way. And then flying out of sight. Every time he comes within sight, you will notice that Vendi seems to ready their hands as if they're ready to spellcast, but as soon as Tenebros flies up and out of sight of the balcony, they relax again.
I feel like
Whatever you feel that you need to do. I believe you have more information than the rest of us do. So, my plan...
She turns towards the large hunk of crystal.
If he, unfortunately, runs out of steam, my plan is to take his place. I've got quite a bit of magical energy to chew on, so I would be able to buy the city sometime. Besides, waiting to die in here is not entirely preferable to at least getting to relax in there and not have to worry about Tenebros swooping in.
well, we don't know where the spear thing is, then I feel like that might be the next best thing, right? Is taking care of him. Points to dragon.
It would make things much calmer.
It would not do anything.
We could barely take him down in his human form.
And right now I'm feeling very weak.
You hear the resounding sound of a ballista being shot as you see a massive bolt fly through the air from one of the chunks of floating city towards Tenebros. And though it misses him, you occasionally just hear the most faint, "Come on! That took forever to set up! Get another one!"
Oh.
Huh?
I miss the boys.
I told you there were more people here!
Not the
Guess
right
they're
ones.
dead. Yeah.
I think
go back.
the best we can do is check back in with the others. Let them know what we know now. See if they have gained anything from that orb that we have found.
See if they found anything new. I hate that I don't know how to fix this.
There are a great many things that are difficult to know how to fix, child. But that is what life is about. Let's take a walk.
I'm going to just kind of nod. Just reach up and just kind of very lightly touch the face of Rory's statue. I'm gonna fix this. And we're gonna go home. Okay. I'm gonna very just back away and follow sister.
We'll be back.
As you guys leave, you head out toward the elevator and get on it. You turn as the doors to it close. There's a gust of wind, and you see Vindy's cloak just blow backwards. Her hands folded in front of her, her eyes resolutely forward on the city, with the image of a sentinel or captain watching their charge go down, watching their ship sink. You see a determination to protect what's in front of them for as long as they can. Doors close. The elevator begins heading down.
As the doors closed, Avi just falls to her knees and is just breaking down.
Omar, hug.
We should have gone there first. If we'd been faster.
There's gotta be some way to fix this.
There has to be.
And we'll find it. We'll find it, or there won't be anything left.
There's nothing left. There's already nothing left.
Then we only have one option. Right?
Right.
Let's get them back.
As you guys head down, another pulse of energy goes through the crystals as during your trip back down into the vault to meet up with the others. A bit more life is drawn out of Morian. And we are going to take a break there.
We'll be right back, Winchester.
Come away, go upstairs.
Oh, I'm a mess.
Hayden! Hayden! I feel where you're coming from. Oh!
Love you too.
Oh, poor sweet baby.
I'll be
Watch
right
his
back.
boyfriend die for the first time. He's like, first time?
Oh my god.
Don't worry, in my experience, they're usually dead first session.
There was a part of me.
At least you're here this.
There was a part of me that really wanted to put a gold in Rory's hand.
Wow. Jesus.
So that whenever he comes back, he'd have a gold.
Why are you like this? That's the equivalent of putting a hat on a statue or something.
I want to stay up there, but I know, like, no, she would need to find a way.
That's the only problem with that is that I would when it comes to potential death stuff, Quintus doesn't want to mess around, but I really wanted to.
But I really want to mess around.
Just like put it like right like in like the chink behind like the place where his armor like
So
meets
it
his
falls into his armor.
Yeah.
Like a piggy bank.
Oh my god.
Fucking Quinn did that like when they first met him.
Oh
He
my
just kept
gosh,
putting-
that's so cute.
Rory was really fucking drunk and we were just putting gold in his armor. Oh
Oof.
no.
That's funny.
It was very good.
It's okay, Hayden. We might get him back.
Yeah. It's okay, Hayden. Now you can smooch Miriam.
Don't say that. There's a reason I haven't texted Alondra.
I knew it.
Elsewhere, Alejandra's like, yes.
So good. Yeah. Real happy
He
right
doesn't
now.
know why yet, but he's like, yes.
It's like,
Why
I
do
feel
that?
great today.
Yeah.
For some reason. Like,
This is a good day.
It's
I
a
need-
good day, guys.
I need
Yeah.
to throw an effect on Flux.
How long of a break are we taking, by the way?
Like 5 minutes. 5-10 minutes.
I
You need to-
shall be back.
Gotcha.
oh my god, Krabozy.
What did he
the
do?
fan art. The fucking manatee.
Yes!
I love you.
I love that!
I also love the fucking wonkier python what he posted.
Oh, the giant manatee looking.
Yeah. Morganite manatee.
Yeah.
Manatite.
Hell yeah.
Tight. Man, that's tight.
Bam. Ignore resist fire is now on you, so your fire stuff will now parse automatically.
Ooh.
I was gonna ask if I was reading that correctly.
Oh shit.
Yeah, ignore just resistance.
Just resistance.
Cool.
So
That's
Oh, I should give
good.
you
See,
my.
this
I
is
should
where
give
you
my
get your
orb.
good stuff.
Oh my
Last week
God.
didn't work out so good for you, boy, but this like
Hey, Flux, do you want the flame of dawn?
I don't know. I don't know, Flux. Do you think this was a good week for Flux?
I feel like this is the best week for Flux. The best week he will probably ever have.
oh no. But he's critical. He's got like one fucking hit point. Who knows how long this will last?
That should tell you what exactly I am reading in this document.
Oh fuck.
While we're taking the break, I'm gonna take the chance to put those effects on your sheet.
Oh my god.
A reminder, they are once per week.
Yes, I get that. They would be so broken if they weren't.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna drive you fucking crazy. Because Hayden's sitting here being like, I've known the highest standard for a week at this point. So when you use it, you're gonna have to wait forever.
Do it once.
You know what's
30
awesome?
sessions pass.
You're sitting here being like,
Hey,
Logan,
guys,
for
can
the
we, like,
love of
wait around
God,
for, like, a
hasn't been a
week?
week. Please.
I mean, to be fair, if he
Yeah.
does it like right before we like go somewhere, and then like a week passes, and
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Yeah, depending when he does it. It'd be really fast
mean,
or real slow.
I'm also basically going to need a week to read this fucking book.
Yeah, with
Does
that
anyone
lack of
do
brain
anything for
cells.
you? Oh, you have the belt on at least?
Well, I have the belt on. No, it doesn't.
Okay. I didn't know if it like stacked with the belt or not.
That's why I'm debating whether to like use it for Vogan or like just give it to Quinn. Like,
Well, like here's the thing, like if it does work, like no, because
Oh, big board.
like if you ever lose your belt again.
yeah, no,
like, if you
yeah,
ever,
like,
lose your belt like you do your armor all the fucking time.
right. Yeah.
Oh,
My poor
yeah.
armor.
That's the one that just
I'll be
gives
right
a
back.
flat like that's the one
I
that
will
just gives
also
a
be
flat
ready.
like one point, right?
It gives you 2 points in strength. Yeah.
2 points. I mean, if
Yeah.
you want,
Boost, and it boosts your maximum.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. What boost maximum? What do you mean? What's
So
that?
like my strength maximum it can be is a 22.
So
if I read
future
that
effects
if that
can
book.
increase it past 20 to 22.
Mm-hmm. Oh, do you want the Flame of Dawn?
I can't return.
The what?
We are on break.
I've
Hello.
renamed the Orb of Inflaming to the Flame of Dawn.
Ah, the Orb of Inflame. Is that just the thing that gives you burning hands?
Yeah.
But I have a feeling this thing's a little more valuable.
Come on, I give you one thing, you give me one thing.
Let's
You
see.
know what? That makes sense.
1, 2,
It's not the expense of the gift.
4.
It's the act of giving.
5, 6, 7.
But no, if you want to keep it, you keep it. But like, I would totally take it if you gave it to me.
Yeah, no.
I would 100% love that.
I get.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right, come back to Logan counting. What did you do?
I was just
What?
setting damage dice for a thing for Flux.
Oh. To
Oh,
make sure no one
good.
pissed him off and said something about manatees again, and he started dealing damage to all
That-
the entire party.
So Flux now like he doesn't like things can't resist his flames. Is that what's like a thing?
Yeah, part of it is
it
that.
ignores fire resistance.
Yes.
I was
Oh,
gonna
okay.
say, forgive me because I don't like
Uh-oh.
keep up with all this, but is Flux made of wood? He's a wooden robot.
Metal and wood.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I was like, how do you survive all this time?
People focus on
Like, it makes me
people
think of
focus
the
on the fact that
manatees.
Warforged are mostly made of metal, but they're not totally robots. They're like they're metal overlaid and imbued with like magical wood that kind of
Magic
it's
and-
kind of like their muscles are basically wood.
Yeah, it's
Like
the
that
way I
episode
thought of
of-
it. Muscle fibers made of wood.
Yeah.
It's like that episode of Futurama where like Bender is entirely made of wood.
Is that
Oh, yeah.
Logan? Just to understand it. Is that like the fire he can do, or would that work for like the orb of flaming if I were to give it to him?
It works for any fire effect that comes from him. If it's from a magical item, it's not from him.
Okay, so like if I gave him this,
It
then the
unless
Scorching
it says he
Rainbow
casts it. If it's that it as if he cast, it's not from him. If it's he casts, then it's from him.
Okay, I'll read.
Very nice.
So good.
Wooden Bender. That's Flux. That's just Flux.
It
I got
says,
back and I
it says
instantly
a-
know what the chat's about.
An creature can use their action to expend one charge to cast.
Yep, then it would count as coming from him.
Hey, actually give this to you
Nice.
if you want it.
It's up to you, my boy. It's all
I don't use it ever.
Mm.
I'm only holding on to it because it was Raleigh's.
I'm only holding on to it because I'm a hoarder.
Well, it was Raleigh's, and he's like, I have to hold it.
But I'm also a hoarder.
Oh shit.
DC 19.
Technically,
Don't you have like several like pieces?
Oh yeah, no,
of-
I'm a hoarder.
Oh my god.
You should see my fucking inventory.
By the way,
bet.
fun fact, I updated our attunement Heckin extension, and you guys might notice that the only things that have circles beside them in your inventory these days are things that actually, like, say they require attunement.
Yeah.
Which makes it easier to tell what items needed and what don't.
I am never, ever going to get any use out of this fang of the red cobra that I ripped out of that fucking Knoll's mouth.
Oh yeah! That was forever ago.
It's
True.
Let's give it to Elmo so she can bite people.
You never know.
What?
Ooh.
You want me a snack?
I
have
still
a-
have.
I have
Guys?
a magic
Fight
item
the
in my...
Tenebra.
I
I have a
still
magic
have.
item that just you have to rip out one of your teeth to put this in,
Oh
so
my god.
you can have a bite.
Alrighty.
I would love to give that one.
Quick, hop dimensions and give it to him.
Alright, my guys.
I love sisters.
Do you guys all think you're ready to jump back in?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah, I got myself a chocolate croissant. It's the person.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh,
In that case, let's heckin' jump back in. Just a reminder to anybody watching from home, because we normally do this at the end, but reminder to check out Chat19, submit questions. It is Flux and Quintus, and I don't know, I feel like maybe there's, heckin', depending on how things go, people might have some questions for Flux about some stuff that just happened. But heckin' do that. Make sure you do that. The stuff is below for those on Twitch, and it is in the description for those on YouTube, so it's below for both of you. Blah, 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 blah.
if they have a croissant.
Croissant.
kill you.
Croissant.
What'd you say?
Flux.
Kill you. Fucking.
Flux.
Man, that takes me back. That takes me back to better times, Spencer. It really does. Remember when it was you, me, and Chase just hanging out playing Danganronpa? Can we just have those days back? Can that be life?
Oh, I miss those days.
Ugh.
I don't even remember what's
Those
happening in
were the
Danganronpa where we left
No.
off.
Anyways,
actual
let's fucking let's go. Let's do this.
Let's be depressed about a different thing.
Yo, chat. I'm not answering direct questions. Please don't directly ask me questions while we're playing. All right. A chunk. All right.
Kerchunk.
We're back in. Kerchunk is the sound of me crying starting up again. For the sake of brevity, unless you guys correct me, I would say you guys would head down to the bottom, and then you'd have to leave Winchester in the main room again, and then head down once more through the area to get back into the vault where the others are to meet up with them? All right. In that case, those that are in the vault, we resume where Flux got thrown back and was given the blessing of silver fire that he just was. Back in Flux, you've had enough time to absorb it and you understand it. So go ahead and do the do.
Huh.
Are you okay?
I believe so. I am quite damaged, but I believe I will survive.
I like pat some of the fire off of you.
Yeah, like Fenris puts her hand on Flux's forehead like she's taking his temperature, and then thinks about it and retracts the hand.
It's like you put your hand on like a fucking stove that you only just turned off.
I'm putting his picture up there just because I want to look at sister.
I love.
Yeah.
I'm so
Look
jealous.
at that babe.
I
Wow.
just
Absolute
blush.
babe.
Stop it.
All right, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. Get back in it. I just want to put the picture up. Go ahead.
That bone structure, though.
It's too soon
Guys.
for me.
Sorry.
Yes.
So, Flux, what happened?
Are you okay?
I believe so. I also believe that we now have some company, perhaps.
How do you mean?
When I touched the orb,
Oh?
they I saw some visions, as well as a figure who asked if I would take them outside.
Was it that figure? I point to the thing inside the crystal.
Does it look the same?
Well, you saw the figure
Yeah.
inside the crystal look to you, and it asked. So yes.
Gotcha.
Oh, go. Good.
Yes.
Huh.
Believe, do I know, like, the name of the ability, so I know, like, their name?
You would have acquired the name, yes.
Gotcha. I believe they are called Mistra.
What?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah.
Would any of us know what that is, Logan?
Nope.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It is new to me as well, but, they seem to have allowed me certain permissions that I will be honest, I am somewhat grappling with mentally.
So wait.
I'm so scared of you.
You.
I'm so scared of you, Flux.
You keep telling people you're scared of them, Vogan.
No, but he's got. Yeah.
That noise.
You're kind of cheapening it now.
Oh. Okay, so wait. You touched the thing, and you like your brain went into it, and you like died, and now you have a thing, like with you. I'm confused.
Like,
what's happening?
Is it inhabiting your?
Is it a parasite?
I do not believe that. I don't believe the word parasite would be quite accurate.
Oh, a symbiotic relationship then.
Oh, that
Perhaps.
sounds better.
Although, at least initially, it seems like I am getting a far better end of this bargain. But I will do what I can to assist them in any way I can, assuming it is
Okay.
not something
What,
nefarious, of course.
what are you getting, and what do they want?
As far as I can tell, based on our brief interaction, they wish to. I believe they want freedom to go outside.
Oh.
And in exchange, they have allowed me some abilities.
Say more words.
Well, first thing is apparently I can create a large amount of silver fire.
Oh.
Silver fire.
Indeed.
Fancy.
It has
Yeah,
some.
it's really fancy.
It appears to have some very unique and curious properties. From what I can tell, it appears to be an incredibly, perhaps even 100% pure form of magic. Even an anti-magic field is powerless against it.
Oh,
In fact,
that's really cool.
In fact, if I were to use this fire within such a field, the field would be at least momentarily disabled.
Oh.
Wow.
And the other, blessing that was acquired is, the implications are somewhat mind-boggling.
What do you mean?
If I am understanding this correctly, once per week,
Okay.
I can cast any spell that I have seen anyone else cast. With certain caveats, but...
Sorry, that
What are
knocked the
those
wind out of me.
caveats?
Yes.
Also, Miriam cast wish in front of him.
Miriam, do it!
What are you talking about? I can't cast wish.
If I, it's hard to describe this without going into just game jargon, but out of character, if I try to cast a spell that's level is higher than my proficiency bonus, I have to make a check, a bit like if I was using a spell scroll above my level.
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh.
So I guess if I watched Miriam cast Wish and then tried to cast Wish, it'd be like, what, DC 19?
Yep.
You could
And
still
if you
roll
fail
the
said
spell.
check, it doesn't expend the use of the feature, but you fail to cast the spell, and you take damage for how many levels above your proficiency bonus the spell was.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
There's the
be,
consequence.
But it requires no spell slot, no material components. Also, just so you know, in case you hadn't thought about this, it doesn't require any components of any kind, which also means it can't be counterspelled, because there's no visual indication of it being cast.
Oh my god, you're
Holy
right.
shit.
I need to just teach you spells.
That's fucking sick.
That's crazy.
This is too much power, I'm afraid.
Wow.
You've turned me into a nuke.
So first it was Spencer, and now it's Izzy.
Yeah.
Horseshit, right?
Like basically Iron Giant then? Just magic.
Oh, wow.
Phew! When's it gonna be Rose's turn? Sorry, musical
I
theater.
use Essence of the
I
Lady of
digress.
Mystery to cast Enlarge.
Oh.
We don't talk about that spell on Nat19.
Some stuff happened in DMC this week that people don't want to talk about in large.
Canary.
Hashtag
Oh no.
Tekken, go watch DMS.
Do it.
So that's cool. Glad you made a friend.
Is it a friend? Like, can you talk to them right now?
I am unsure. Master Mistra? Can you hear me? Are you there?
Mestra is their name? Okay.
You don't, trying to communicate with him, you don't get any response. Flux, I think you would have an innate understanding of kind of what the deal here is. The silver fire that is infused in you is a blessing of Mistra. Once it would have been something they would have given to their chosen, but now it's been given to you as a way to connect the two of you. The only communication you have is they can use you as a basically to scry on the world, to see the world. They're aware of what you're aware. Beyond that, their presence seems so weak that they barely feel alive.
Unfortunately, I do not believe they can communicate.
Well,
They
a
can
bond's
use me
still a
to,
bond.
When you were able to talk to them, did they happen to tell you if they had been trapped or if they had been caged?
I do not believe our interaction was quite brief.
You
They
did
did not go into
see,
specifics.
when you
Oh.
experienced their memories,
Yeah.
you did experience what seemed to be their death.
Ah.
The battle against the titanic, volcano-sized beast that crushed them. You and Miriam both got the sense in those memories that was a moment of finality. That was as impossible as it would be to kill a being like this. That seemed to be the end of their life.
see. Based on the visions, at least, it appears that they were killed by an immensely powerful being.
It'd have to be to kill something like that.
Well, then how did they get in there?
Was there anything in the vision that makes sense of that, or is that kind of a mystery?
Aristides, kind of floating around, still inspecting it. He's like got his legs crossed in the middle of the air and arms crossed, as he's just looking at it, floating kind of sideways. If this was once a being that was connected to magic in such a way that would have been useful, and even if it is dead now, if it was once divine, it would still have some semblance of divine power. So, if that power had never been subsumed by another god, it's possible that its corpse might just be the foundation for this magic. The body of a dead god is still powerful.
Okay.
And it sounds to me like that's what we're looking at. Although, I don't recognize them. And if they're from a time too far back and nobody worships them anymore, then the blessing they gave you might be all that they can manage. A god without worshippers is nothing.
Okay, so...
It depends on how devoted
quite
the worshipper
sad.
is. But...
So we don't think it's gonna heart flux.
I mean, these things do happen.
So we should keep an eye on it in case it hearts flux.
Yeah, of course. We should always
Okay.
look out, and you never know.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Your concern is most appreciated. I do not believe the effects are malevolent, at least thus far.
I understand where you're coming from. I didn't speak to the pale lady until, well, we all saw her and then she spoke. It was crazy. Not the time, not the place.
Others.
but-
You guys would arrive, like, outside the chamber at this point. I'm assuming you don't go past the anti-magic field unless you want to, but you arrive in the
Alright, I'm gonna go
outside
walk
chamber.
in the anti-magic field so I can go and tell them we're here.
Alright.
Holy fuck.
There he goes.
I mean, he already did it, so...
Quintus walks in, he steps into the sphere, and has a moment to be like, oh, hey, guys, I'm gonna run! And he gets thrown back out immediately.
Oh wow, they really did not like Quintus.
I cannot imagine why. He is such a
Normally he's
kind
quite
person.
hit with the ladies. I'm surprised.
Well, that is quite the spectacle.
I think they know we're back.
Probably.
Let's go see them.
Yeah.
See if they're okay.
Yes,
Right.
indeed.
Also, on the way down, it's just like, oh, by the way, hello, Quintus Valabelt. What should I call you, sister?
Sister.
Yes, you.
I should also note, just because, assuming the flux gave you guys the full scope of what he could do, the fire that he could create, it's either a 60-foot long, 10-foot wide line that he can make, it's a 30-foot cone if he wants it to be, and apart from just doing damage, and you'll see that when it comes into play, it also automatically disintegrates any non-living material that it hits that is not in the possession of another creature. It just disintegrates matter.
Wow, what an awesome power.
It's insane.
My house.
You're so scary.
Yeah, no, the 30-foot cone, you could just get rid of someone's house, you could invade a wall, you could blast down, like, an entire heckin' castle, basically, by just...
Kill a god, you know.
As you guys...
I mean, after you kill the dog, it's non-living material, so...
Aristides stays inside, just floating, still, like, looking and inspecting the Chalcedony pearl that Mystra is suspended within. You guys float out, gravity reasserts itself when you step down onto the bridge. You guys walk out and rejoin the others.
Guys, whatever's in there doesn't like me.
No,
It's
it
true.
doesn't seem so. And Fenris
Hi.
just like sees sister, and you just see like war flashbacks to the card pulling. Just and she just turns to the side and is like, "I need a moment."
Sister, like, quirks her head to the side, noticing this.
And are you okay?
Just one moment, Lexi. I'll be with you.
Hi, I'm Lexi.
Hello,
sister.
Hi.
Pleasure to meet you.
She's Lexi.
Apologize for my I know that my outfit and appearance can be quite shocking to some.
No, please don't take any. I didn't mean any.
Oh, it's quite all right, dear. I trust me. I have this effect on people.
So is that a mask?
No, it's wonderful to
I
meet
feel it's really
another.
neat.
It's a wonderful to meet another person of the cloth.
What?
Well,
I mean, we are all clothed currently, as far as I.
We are all
yes.
clothed like normal
Reads,
people
says
with,
Elmo.
with our clothes.
This
all-
is accurate.
With our clothes.
Covering our human skin.
yes. No, I'm speaking of your nun's attire.
I am not aware of this joke. Forgive me.
Holy fuck. Fenris turns to Lexi. Is there a joke attached to this? I don't.
I
don't know.
Oh dear.
Excuse me, sister. Is that a mask or?
No.
Yes, I don't know of many people that would walk around with a face made of brass.
Ah, okay. I was making sure. I had a dream one time where a bunch of people went in and they fought a bunch of metal skeletons, and it was crazy. It was the lights everywhere. Oh.
So what did you guys find?
Flux made a friend.
I was with you.
Oh, well.
I guess he's going to do
As much as I
I love you, Brad.
As much as we want to hear about Flux's friend, there's some serious things going on the top of on the area above.
God damn it.
That's like this.
We
I
had
made friends with a
assumed-
dead god.
What?
It appears I have
Yeah.
made friends with a dead god.
Ah,
We seem to be doing that more often now.
I was gonna say there was some things going on upstairs. There was. Huh.
Keep telling us your thing.
Yeah, what happened with you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
When we went to the top, he takes a look over toward Aviana. What we thought was up there was there. Everyone was there. We've learned that not only is High Lord Morian using himself to protect us all, but also Vendi plans to do the same to buy us as much time as possible. There is nothing else they can think to do, and a lot of our friends have succumbed to this mess. There are still people out there fighting. We heard was either Flint or Tanti. I honestly was so far away, I don't know.
I think it was Tanti.
I know, I'm just
Fuck you, fam.
They were so far away, I don't know.
At least she's keeping herself busy.
And the only thing that came to mind when we were talking to them was potentially finding a spear, a certain spear of Ophiuchus, looking over toward the others as he says that. One that we've heard of before, I believe.
Do you think a spear would solve all of this?
Apparently
It's
so.
not just a spear, Vogan.
Yeah, it's a spear that can kill gods.
Oh.
We've
Only
heard of this
problem
spear
is-
before.
The only problem is we don't know where it is.
Do we have a place to start looking?
The only thing I
Probably
can
the
think
vault.
of is, well, we've already seen everything in the vault, right?
Yep. It
Is there
is.
any-
It
okay,
is
well-
one big room. The vault here basically seems to just be what we can refer to confidently as the reactor for this ritual, which is what that
The
is.
only.
I'm
only
just gonna
thing I
be
can
bread
think-
today.
The only thing I can think of is the city beneath our feet. The one that Elma seems to have made her way from. She knew of Ophiuchus and this spear. They teach it at the very least, so perhaps that would be where it would be. I have no other ideas. I thought the rest of you would be able to understand more.
I only read about it. I don't think it's actually down where I live, but...
So, I will give you 2 pieces of information that I think are relevant to what you're describing.
Okay.
The city below the city is, if you assume that the gem barrier is a complete sphere around the city, it is much farther down than the radius of this sphere would go.
Ah, okay.
Secondly, even if you could get down to it, Elma, you would be aware, I get why you wouldn't remember this because it was forever ago, but the abode that your mother lives in is several days worth of travel into the tunnels down farther into like underground in the city. She didn't live where you were.
I mean, even if I did know that, I still wouldn't want to go down there.
Yeah, just in general, I'm giving that context.
But no, that is true. We had to fly a long way to get out.
Yeah, and even then, where you were wasn't where your mother lived. Your mother lived several days past that point.
Yeah.
I have no other ideas. I know that it's because I'm missing something, and the rest of you can fill in those pieces. I know you can.
Lyra perks up briefly, just crosses their arms, shifts and cracks their back, rolls their neck for a second.
The only thing I'm certain of at the moment is that we're getting worn down as more time passes, so we need to either use this place to rest and recover ourselves, or we need to figure out something to do now. The longer we wait, the more this place is going to wear us out. Weren't we told that this place is immune from the outside effects?
I believe so, yes.
They can't reverse them, but at least we could rest there, and ever since passing through it, some of you don't look terribly good.
All I know is time is of the essence here, and I, for one, do not wish to stand idly by. We must find more information.
But from where? Like, where would we even start looking?
We could look at the walls again.
There must be inscriptions of some kind, carvings,
We saw some earlier.
There were a lot in the tunnel, sister.
So,
we just didn't look at them
sister, roll me
closely.
perception.
Oh.
Go, sister. Go, sister.
Go, sister.
Go, sister. Go, sister. Go.
I'm
Sorry,
observing
sister,
Avi
sister.
while we're talking.
I've been wanting to sing that forever, honestly.
Hell yeah.
Same.
Again, I'm basically just looking for a 10. Sister, what catches your eye, especially with the ability that you have, is you notice that far into the vault, you can see like the spinning giant rings that circle that inner sphere. As they pass by, you can see the like lit up writing and runes that run along them, and though you can't tell what language it is, and no one else in the party was able to read them, you do note there seems to be a fair bit of writing upon those giant floating rings that are circling and spinning around the reactor.
I wish to look closer.
All right, you going in through the anti-magic field and trying to get inside?
Yeah, so remind me what happened when other people stepped through.
Okay, they had a magic effect on them that was giving them extra health that they lost when they went through. You don't have that effect.
Okay, I wanted to make sure whether or not it was losing something they already had, or if this was like you are going to permanently lose this shit or
Flux
something.
just lost a lot of shit in the last session.
Yeah. Then yeah, sister's going to approach. Are these? Again, I hope I'm picturing everything right, but with these giant rings that are kind of spinning around and stuff, are they going like pretty fast?
They're going. Yes, but they're also so massive that though they're moving fast, it's not like hard to keep up with them. Should you step in, you feel like if you got in between them, it would take you a minute, and you'd be like looking up and following them with your head, but you could read them.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, she is going to like nod to the group and just
excuse me just a moment.
So you step out and inward. There's a brief like tingle as you pass through the anti-magic field, as you just feel the weave cut off from you briefly and then reassert itself. Moving through, you walk to the edge of the bridge, step off into the space and begin floating, your nun's attire sort of drifting as you move. You're generally pretty weightless given how you are, so it's not a huge change for you, but it's almost kind of pleasant to be just drifting through the air. Looking
relaxing.
looking up. You crane your head and start looking towards the various rings spinning around. And though you can't recognize the language, your ability allows you to read the writing. When you read it, looking through it, could you just roll me an investigation check?
That I can do. Oh,
I love Sister so much.
So much.
So cool.
Ugh.
Okay, I'd like you to roll me 6. So, like, 5 more.
Oh my god.
6 investigations. Yeah, so
Okay.
5 more of those.
Damn.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I was about to be like, maybe I'll use my ability where I can like add a D10 to one of my. But if there's like 6 checks, I don't know if that's. that would only apply to one.
You got this.
Yeah. That's real good.
Damn.
That's not
That's
so
real bad.
good. That's pretty in the middle.
Oh, that is the wrong one. Whoops, I'm intimidating the ring.
Okay, and 1 more.
Okay.
That's real good.
Yeah, there we go. Got it.
Oh.
Okay, so that'd be 2,
You got that 119 though.
It's true.
2, 4,
Rusty.
2, 4, and 5. Reading them, the rings appear to basically be a lot of its incantations and descriptions of the ritual and how it functions. Each of the ring appears to facilitate a different part of it and functions both as part of the mechanism and also as like a reminder of what it does. And like, you don't know if the writing somehow enforces it and informs the ritual or if it's just there for the benefit of whoever wrote it to be ceremonial. But I was looking for what would it be? That would have been. I was looking
It's
for
almost like
a 13 or
step-by-step guide.
Yeah, I was looking for a 13 or higher. So what you would gain from this, and whether or not this is useful to you, you can decide. You can read the second. Let's see, second. 4th and 5th ring.
Okay.
Each one we will assume describes a stage of what is happening. Forgive any typos that are in this. You know how these things are. It's just heckin', form over heckin' be. Be. So what did I say? I said 2, 4, and 5, I think.
I believe so.
We're gonna count them again. I don't trust myself. 2.
Yeah, as long as you don't count the. Oh, that.
Yeah,
No, the 118 is like my intimidation.
Yeah, that's why I'm skipping
roll
that
accidentally.
one.
Okay,
2, 4.
Okay. But so Logan, just to confirm, this is these basically are like step-by-step guides.
Yes,
on each of
this
the
is
rings?
effectively how the full function of the rings and the ritual, which you can decide for yourself is useful to you in how you would do it. There was 6 of them in general. There's 5 stages, then a caveat. You got stages 2, 4, and 5.
Okay.
Sister went in themselves, right?
Yes, Aristes and Sister are currently within the sphere.
Cool.
Okay. Sorry, I'm skimming over this because I'm assuming you sent it to me directly and not.
I did. I did not send it to
Okay.
everybody.
Okay.
Ow.
Yeah, give me 1 second to just absorb this.
Ooh.
Hey everybody, if we had a sponsor, this is where we'd talk about the sponsor. So I guess
true.
what we're saying is we're open to sponsors. Anyone got an energy drink they want to shill? Hit us up.
The upcoming combat could be brought to you. It could be brought to you by Dwarven Forge.
Wow.
But it could be.
God damn it.
It could be.
Dwarven Forge, who could definitely send us maps, which I could take pictures of from above, scan them in, and put a grid on.
You guys should watch #FindUsAlive. It's so
Yes!
cool.
This episode brought to you by Find Us Alive, which I would tell Tosh to tell you about, but the point of this is that Tosh is reading. Find Us Alive is a fun SCP heckin'-based audio drama that both Tosh and I are involved with.
It's so so fun.
You should be able to. I think it has a goofy, fun sense of humor myself. About a bunch of buddies that they go on vacation and they get trapped in a cabin in the woods and a werewolf is stalking them from the outside. And my character's got a radio that he can use to use a frequency that can jam the werewolf's hearing so they can sneak around. But the woods are also alive, so they won't let it get. That's the right one, right? I'm talking about the right one, Tosh.
Definitely not correct in any way.
Wow.
Yeah, I was waiting for Logan to be like, and then we found the Necronomicon.
But heck, and go check out Find Us Alive. It's cool.
It's supposedly pretty good.
It is.
The Green Break could also be brought to you by Rockstar Energy Drinks. If they would give me Rockstar Energy Drinks, I don't need money. I just need more Rockstar Energy Drinks.
No, you don't.
If you guys want to supply me with just coffee beans, like good coffee beans.
This episode brought to you by Coffee Beans.
Some
Brought to you by
random
those
coffee
cats
beans.
that
It would
poop
be
with
so
coffee
cool.
beans.
This episode brought to you by Columbia.
There's
This
a-
episode brought to you by Beans.
Yay!
No.
Here, while Tasha's reading that, I will be back real quick. I'm just gonna refill my drink real fast.
That's fair.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm just
How you doing, chat? Talk to you while
If you would
Tasha's
like
doing
to
this.
supply me with beans,
There's so many.
feel free.
I would love
You've got
to
nothing
collaborate.
else going on.
We've already
like-
supplied you with beans.
It's never enough beans.
Fucking John just hanging out with David. Like, I get you beans all the time.
Clearly
So
you don't
many
get me enough
beans.
beans.
I only have so much money.
Holy
There are only
shit! You
so
spent
many
all
beans,
your money on
David.
beans.
You're so wealthy.
David,
That's like-
I know I'm
right, I'm
basically a quadrillionaire, but I only have so much money.
Oh my god!
The one thing that Diane and
Fuck
John
off, get me
fight
more
about.
beans.
You can't keep supplying his addiction, John.
He's my friend.
You gotta
Back
stop.
from war, David's just been fucking sad eating beans in his fat
He's in
He's
like.
my friend. I'm trying to help him through a horrible
All right.
time in his life.
You think have you absorbed it, Tosh?
yeah, I have a question whether or not because sister will definitely be open to sharing this info and stuff, but like when it's talking about the where is it? Second. The ritual chamber. Is it assumed that
That's where you are.
this? Okay, just making sure. Okay. So as sister is reading the fifth ring, she seems to visibly perk up.
Could you describe what perking up looks like for sister?
Hell yeah.
I'm interested in what this would be.
Let's see. So
I have a
mean,
picture.
she's
One second. It looks
Her
good.
mouth opens.
Lewd.
The mouth just.
she's like, kind of in a relaxed, thoughtful position, whatever, and just kind of like hovering as it takes a while to like read through these different things. But then she's going to like straighten up, and after skimming over one more time to make sure that she read this right.
It's 3 dense paragraphs, so I understand.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so she's going to turn around. Because she failed to read the 6th one and comprehend it. So, but she does seem a bit more hastened. I don't know, enthusiastic. She's floating back towards the group now, and then steps out to rejoin them.
Mm-hmm. You walk out, you walk up past the anti-magic field, because I'm assuming that people like Avi are hard, basically Avi's like, I'm not going past that thing.
Oof. She's also pretty sad.
Okay.
Yeah. You rejoin the others.
Okay. Did you need anything while you're
I was able to discern some information. It appears each ring is describing a stage or part of this ritual process, but I could only make out about 3 of them. One confirmed the suspicion and information about there being another weave, a secondary weave. And then the one other described the algorithms, but the fifth was particularly interesting as it seems to detail that there may be a way to reverse the effect.
What? Oh, wonderful.
Reverse.
Oh, that's so
That's
good.
wonderful.
Excellent.
What's
Well,
that?
I am not sure if I'm still trying to comprehend, and as I said, I could not fully read all of them. There was the whatever the last one was is still a mystery to me, but it said that when enough energy was present within this weave, the caster may either proceed with the ritual and burn the energy to seal the target within Sephirite, or release the weave and undo the damage done by the ritual. I am assuming that the form in the center is the caster, but I am not sure.
Aristides, having followed you out since you seemed excited, steps back into the area with you. If I had to guess, I would say the caster is Vestius, or Morganus, the aspect of Vestius.
So we are still at their whims, unfortunately. But if we can somehow convince them to release it, then there may be a way.
What if someone could discern what the others say?
I was thinking the same thing. Is it in any kind of like special language or anything, or?
I do know a lot of languages.
I am unfortunately unable to discern what language it is exactly. I merely have a comprehension of written word.
It's okay.
A bit strange.
I mean, I'm willing to go back in and try.
I'd like to take
me as well.
I'm just gonna walk through the field. Just
I'll
kind
go
of-
too.
Wait up.
Also,
that one wasn't Quinn being thrown out. That was me grabbing him.
No.
Oh, you grabbed me. Ah!
Yeah.
Oh, right. I shouldn't go. You're right.
I'm gonna try
Logan?
to. Oh, sorry. Go.
I was just gonna double check. Like, is there a way where either like after a short time or maybe
If you took
doing
another
anything
like
where I-
short rest's worth of time to try to review them, then you could probably try to
Try
discern
again.
them as well.
Sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Can
so...
I read? Can I try to read anything from outside of the sphere?
I'll just go ahead and let you know, Quintus, that you can't read the writing on the rings.
Okay. So
What do the letters on this board say?
Let's see. I'm gonna look at everybody's languages real quick. So.
I know. Oh, I'm excited. I love language stuff.
Yep.
It is apparently not
I thought
Elvish or Orcish.
I thought I would know since
Crap.
I
Is
read
it
a lot.
goblin? I hope it's goblin.
Let's see.
I hope it's goblin.
I'm
Out of curiosity,
mayhaps it could be
would my
celestial.
ancient,
That'd be pretty cool.
I hope it's common.
That just makes me think of sister. Like I forgot my glasses.
Looking through
so I
your
can't-
languages, it is not written in a language that I believe. No, it's not written in a language that any of you can comprehend except for sister, because sister can read anything.
His sister
Couldn't-
can read.
Ah!
She's got them
Kitty?
special eyes.
She does.
I have to touch it.
Yeah, I was gonna say Kitty at one point was able to do that, but he'd have to touch like the rings,
Yeah,
right?
I'd need a minute per page of writing. I would literally have to be holding onto the rings while they throw me around.
Yep, noting that to get to them, you'd have to do so from the outside, because you can see them from the inside, but they're rotating outside the central sphere, so you'd have to get onto it, and the problem is you wouldn't have the full view of the whole ring at that point, you just have the chunk you were latched onto.
Yeah, which also just doesn't sound a good idea for someone as dying as me.
Yeah.
So nice, Quintus, now that I have you, I was wondering while everyone's inside if we could just have a quick chat.
We're Yeah, sure. What's going on?
Do you want me to? You want to heckin' go private chat real quick?
Yeah, figure they're all
No! All right, we're gonna go private chat real quick. Hey, everybody else, I'm gonna throw you guys into another chat if that's cool, because I have a feeling this is gonna be juicy.
Okay.
Oh, bitch.
Juicy.
All of you go to dungeon 1. Get out of here, or
You're a
spread
bitch.
yourselves among the dungeons.
Fucking.
They
They're
can't.
all gonna go to dungeon
They
one.
can't fit all of you. Just go.
This would be so. This is the best way to do it.
I can just drag them all in the same dungeon.
No, I want this. I want to see where they go.
All right.
Corinne, get out of here.
I don't know which dungeon to go to.
I'm going with
Go
Spence.
join Spence.
Okay.
There we go. All right.
Hey.
All right, go ahead.
Hey, buddy.
What is it, Kitty?
Oh, just,
I know that we've been dragged away from the entire group now over in this corner. I'm kidding.
Figured while they're busy, we could have a chat.
I've got quite a lot of interesting things on my mind, so maybe you can help me bring them together. What is it you'd like to chat about?
What were you and Lexi talking about last night?
That was not that. What?
Because I was talking to her and she was a little cagey, but she seemed to imply that I should talk to you about it.
She did?
Yeah.
Did she mention a big mouse?
She tried.
And did that work?
What do you think, Quintus?
So what do you want to know?
Everything. What do you mean, what do I want to know?
Well, look, the Kitty, usually when it comes to this kind of thing, I have someone to help me, and I didn't want to bother you, and I felt differently, so I wanted to bring it out in a different way, and there's a bunch of things going on right now, and I didn't want to bother you, and so I talked to Lexi about feelings.
You're normally not this cagey about your feelings. What's up?
I asked Lexi if she would like to share feelings with each other. If we would like to, I let Lexi know that I think about her, and I have. See, you're usually here to help me with the words. I started realizing that I cared about her, and I didn't know what to do about that. Usually, whenever we first came and seen them, and I was obviously here for the reasons that we both know, I didn't think much of it, but every time I see Lexi go off without me, or anytime I see I need to talk to someone about something, it's you or it's her that I see. Like back when Raleigh had died, or back when we were infiltrating the Crystal Queen's palace, or even whenever she went off to fight Murkwire without me. It's all I could think about. And I felt it was more genuine to tell her without your help, because you would have just did it better than me. It wouldn't have been me. If that makes sense.
Not entirely, but I think I get where you're coming from.
I told Lexi that I have feelings for her, and that I wanted her to think about how she might feel about me, and
What was the yelling part? Because that's when I noticed. Like, I didn't come down. I was dealing with some neat stuff. I just heard something beautiful, something. Then I heard Vogan yell, and then I figured you guys had a handle on it because it got quiet after that.
Well, she had said something, and it made me, and she, it was nothing. It was nothing. It wasn't a mouse, but it was.
I know it wasn't a mouse, Quintus. Everyone knows it wasn't a mouse.
But it was.
There's no big mouse in our house.
Logan, I need a big mouse to appear in the house at some point. Anyway,
we have rodents of usual size.
it was nothing. Nothing really. She had just. There was just something that was surprising. That's all.
All right. That's all I wanted to know. You seemed so cagey about it, and I figured we're going to die in the next few hours. Might as well suss what I can out of you.
It wasn't. I mean, we're. Kitty. I don't know. I just. Everything's going crazy. I finally see this humongous magical phenomenon in front of me, and I can't do anything.
Beautiful, isn't it?
This
Like
is
horrible.
the kind of magic that they should be going after, not the kind all of you do.
I can't imagine any human on the planet being able to do this. Or if they are beyond exceptional.
Do you have... What can we do, Kitty? What can I do? What can you do? What... Is there anything that I can do? Can I point my standard anywhere?
Maybe.
I'll follow I'll follow anything you tell me. I need to know what I can do.
I have a habit of following things you do, Quinn. It shouldn't be the other way around. I have something I might be able to do, but I don't know yet.
I'm glad that you do.
Yeah, it's hard to think about what I can do with it, but I have something, and I just want to apologize in advance if it doesn't work out the way it should.
Apologize in advance.
It's for me. Don't worry about it.
I'll put my hand on Kitty's shoulder. If you can do anything,
I'll tell everyone once they're back.
You want me to?
then
Do you want me to bring
I
everybody
trust
back?
I think we just can say whatever he is, and then yeah.
Yeah.
I trust you.
We'll wait for them.
Going up.
I'm back.
So,
Hooray! What happened? Tell me everything.
All right.
Oh, that was a big mouse. Anyway, so.
Oh, you.
I told you that's what they were talking about.
I knew it.
God damn.
Okay.
So the rest of you, they pull off from the rest of the group. Just to go over that again quickly, are you guys you're going back in to try to take the time to read the rings, or what are you doing?
I could real quick. Lexi would have caught up to Avi and tried to hold her hand. Just wanted to know, make sure she's okay.
When you say
She wouldn't.
when you say caught up to Avi, just to be clear, is Avi still staying outside?
I was going to just very slowly, just taking like one step at a time towards the barrier. I would have been kind of holding to like the back of the group initially, so I was just making my way to the room.
Okay, then I would have waited for Avi and then held him. Just because you were like the first one to say I go in, so I thought you were ahead of us.
Just fucking Lexi and Omar on either side, just like support.
Yo, yeah.
I'm going to
Tyler's is just
assume
in the back.
I'm going to assume you pass through it at some point then, and I'm going to take the effects off you.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. If Lexi were to take Avi's hand, she would not react. She's just looking straight forward, not saying anything, just very numb, still just crying, but she's not looking at you or anyone. She's just heading towards them.
I am not taking my eyes off of her. I might fall, but I'm not taking my eyes off of her.
Avi, you have lost the effect from the Hero's Feast. You now have 48 maximum hit points, and you are at 19 hit points.
Okay. Now it says I'm back at 45, but I think it's doing something weird with my blessing, but I don't know.
Well.
I believe you may have just tried to hack in.
I'm not touching anything, so I don't know.
Yep, no, I'm not blaming you.
I know.
Hack in.
I am.
That's right.
No
Take an
forgiveness.
emotional
Delete. -6. Done. Now stay that way.
Fucking stay.
What are you gonna do
Yeah,
when
I'm
you
gonna
eventually lose this
enter.
blessing? Avi's just been like you basically had a +1 proficiency bonus since like you got here. Someday that's gonna go away.
It's been great. You know, it's just gonna be back to the original norm for us.
But
It'll work. I'm gonna just enter the sphere, and even though I can't read it, I'm just trying.
so with Sister making the attempt, I'm going to say a short rest passes while you guys are in here.
Yeah. I think, and you mentioned that, like, I mean, several of us kind of went in, but we did find that no one could recognize the language, right?
Yes, you
So-
can continue
okay.
trying though. So what I
Yeah,
need from
so-
you, since you're taking the full hour, you can make these with advantage. I'd like 3 more investigation checks.
Okay.
Are hit die an option?
Yes, you can. You guys can now use hit die. You took a short rest.
Thank you.
I have none of those.
With the
You guys could also,
no.
if you wanted
There
to,
you go.
you could also have started taking a long rest.
Oh.
I
Is
think
that
I might
something we
do that.
It's a very long time.
I will tell
not
you,
sure if-
he's
not
a
sure if-
dragon. He'll last a while, but it's your choice.
Yeah. It's
I really want my spell slots.
Keep in mind, if you take the short rest, you will get 1 of each back, but you won't get all of them. So
How about we take a short rest and see where we are by then?
it's one or the other. It's you gotta commit to one.
Why?
And I can tell you this: nothing's going to come down here and bother you. Is the thing. So it's.
Yeah, take advantage of it.
Yeah, I'll go trance in the corner. I'll go sit and keep my eyes open.
So group,
Trance.
are we collectively? One sec, hold on. Vote. If anybody wants to not take a long rest, put an X in there.
A vote. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
How do you do
Click
that?
it twice.
Just click the circle.
Click it.
Okay.
If you're yay, you put a check. If you click it twice, you're an X,
All right.
which is no.
So we got 2
But I
no's.
could recover my. I can recover.
Avi
2 of those
could,
spell
but-
slots, but
In that case,
Thing is, that's a
No,
long
come on,
time.
guys, be
I
cool.
think-
No.
I think that what Sister is.
because the thing
My
is,
staff-
if you're not
my
all,
staff. I'm sorry.
if you're not all taking the long rest, like if there's anyone not doing it, then basically we're not doing it. Is what that comes down to.
The
The
my
only
staff
problem
thing
I
doesn't
have
recover,
with-
right?
Cody. Go ahead, Corinne.
My staff doesn't recover though, right? If I take a
Your
long
staff recovers at dawn. Since you're in a place with no time, we'll say if you take a long rest, we'll roll for its recovery.
I mean, I guess I'll go for it then. Yeah.
The main problem, like I said, is if everyone's not taking a long rest, then
right, of course.
nobody will.
It's just if I go, because I was
So-
like, I don't really need
Okay.
it, but I could always.
And it looks
get
like
some
the,
slots.
it looks like the group has mostly decided not to. So short
It
rest
That was
it
all the
is.
votes?
Yeah, I can't take it.
Again, that one I'll just put a check mark. That one's for like the viewer side, and then there's I mean, it doesn't really matter if everybody voted at that point. 5 people said no.
Okay, so sure.
Sister.
This is fun.
Oh, sorry for
definitely-
people that needed it.
Yeah. If
I
if
have
people.
1 health.
Oh, I'll heal you.
Yeah. Here's the thing. So Sister will go
Guys.
over with whatever the group needs. So if people really need a long rest, like
It's mainly the
she's open to that.
spellcasters that need it.
Yeah.
so, we're running dry on spell slots and health.
Yeah.
Unless
Me and
somebody
spell
can,
slots and hit dice.
unless somebody can find a way to get Winchester in here, I cannot long rest.
Shit.
Winchester will die if I long rest.
I mean, do we really need the horse?
She's got a point. I mean,
All right. So with those, I haven't
was
actually
joking.
rolled those investigations.
I know.
Sorry.
Okay, roll the
Let
investigations.
me do those.
These
I
are
would
with
like to
advantage, so each one
Oh,
you roll
sick.
twice. Whenever you roll them, the button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen where it says ADV, make sure you have that clicked. Just roll another normal one for this one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Now roll
Great
one
start.
with it. Now roll another one with advantage.
Yep. And then,
man,
for the last one, if it does not go through, I would like to use my ability to like add, like a D10 onto it. Is this count as an ability check?
This is an
or-
ability check. Yes.
Okay. So.
Dark
let me
One's
roll.
own luck.
Oh
Yes.
fuck! It didn't do.
Just roll another one.
Okay. Yeah. God damn.
Oh.
All right. So, it gets.
I would let you know that last time a 12 gave you one of them. A 12 is a success.
The 12 is okay. Cool. I hope then that if this is still going in order, that would be the check for the 6th.
That
ring.
is, yeah. That's for.
Perfect. That's kind of what she's more interested in, I think. Oh.
Everyone else, Sister spends the hour trying to read them, but the other ones prove to be difficult to keep track of. They're moving slightly faster, the writing is smaller, it could be any number of small factors make it difficult for Sister to properly focus on them over the course of the hour you take. They do manage to discern the details of the 6th ring, which describes a caveat to the outcome, either of the outcomes of the ritual.
I feel like I'm having a hard time fully comprehending and understanding this in a way to then convey it concisely. So, do you think maybe
It describes
for the
if the
sake of
target is
the
killed.
viewers and you, yeah.
Here,
if
I'll
you could,
I'll just share with everybody for the sake of this.
Yeah.
It describes it if the target is killed, but their soul persists, such as in the case of a deity or a fiend, etc., which you know to be the case with Tenebros. The ritual will not end. It will continue, and it will bind their soul within this demiplane, aiming to build up enough energy to still seal them within the Sephirite. And if the ritual hits the point where there's nothing left to sap, and it does not have enough energy to properly bind the creature that it's targeting, instead it will just turn the ritual into a blast of pure force with all the energy gathered, which would be enough to even injure a godlike being. Which is something you kind of already knew. Morganus already sort of described this situation to you.
Right. But it does confirm that something has to be done with, I don't know, where it's just like the whole soul persisting thing seems to be the issue.
Yeah.
So, Sister conveys all this to the group.
Fenris,
Yeah.
over the course of the rest,
Oh.
you would spend some time resting, and you close your eyes and try to clear your mind, reconnect with your god. Anyone that has spell slots, by the way, you regain one of each level over the short rest.
Hooray!
Huzzah!
Huzzah!
Rock hard.
As you do this, you close your eyes. You feel your mind being something reaching out to your mind, a familiar entity. You detect the hands of the Pale Lady reaching out to commune with you over the course of it. In this case, the feeling of almost a soft embrace of arms coming in from behind you and wrapping around you. As they do, abruptly, the area feels different to you. Looking around, you see the sky wall in the distance, but you find you are shown a vision of standing in the middle of a different city, one that resembles the remains below the city when you had first encountered Elma. You see similar pillars, architecture, the same sort of houses, and a great temple and spire standing where the Skyward Estate would otherwise stand. And in the middle of it, you see the framework of the building that you're currently in, which the Skyward Estate would later be built around. You see that in the
I'm
distance.
in the before times.
You see
Oh
things
my
moving
God.
around silently around you, and you again feel the presence of the Pale Lady, and you even see them drifting behind you, their arms wrapped around your neck as they float somewhat just in behind you, looking over your shoulder, seeming trying to tether you down. In the distance, you see a series of images. You see the construction of this ritual. You see the grounds, a large ritual, a circle being drawn and burned into the earth surrounding the city, guided by a woman you recognize to be Lady Tamiris, who you saw briefly when you escaped the underground.
Yes, danger.
In this case, her appearance was far more virtuous. Her hair does not end in snake-like coils. She's wearing robes that look almost celestial in nature, and her demeanor is very pleasant. And you see, despite the fact that the Pale Lady is like hanging off of you, you see the image of the Pale Lady standing taller than regular humans, existing, floating above this city, seemingly directing what's going on here, as a large coffin is wheeled into the center of the city and opened to reveal the body of what you would recognize to be Mistra, the body that is within the pearl. As you grimace and try to find your pulled away, the Pale Lady wrapped around you seems to focus you back in on it. As you see the Pale Lady within your dream put a hand out to them, the body raises up and you see the crystal that now contains Mistra form around them in the air and then be moved with the Pale Lady's own psychic abilities moved through the air towards the spire, the vault that you now stand in. Everything then suddenly staggers and switches, and there is fire. There is a large being, a large robed, almost fiend-like feminine form looming over the city as various celestials and fiends appear to have been summoned. You see some that look as large as pit fiends looming over it, fighting, and the form of Lady Tamiris fleeing through the city towards the spire as the crystal dome appears to have been formed in the distance. But rather than seemingly being aimed to aid the Pale Lady, you see they're panicking, looking around, floating above the city, putting their hand out towards various beings, using various kinds of magic to freeze and put them down, as you see an image that you would recognize from religious text to be Vestige, floating above the spire, seemingly seizing control of the ritual. And you see the city crystallizing, breaking apart, and then a large flash. You close your eyes when you open them. Everything is ruins around you. And you see the Pale Lady on the ground, shifting away, trying to move, trying to regain their strength, injured. Their skin cut, no blood emerging, but a light that always emanates from them is fading, and they're taking on a dull-like appearance. As they go up, you hear a whistling sound coming from the sky, and you see dark clouds part as sunlight shines through them, and the radiant form of a several-story-tall knight emerges, with 6 shining wings behind them, the sun breaking through the clouds behind them, as they slowly lower down, a spear held in both hands in front of them. Their form shifts and seems to grow somewhat smaller, as if to match the Pale Lady's size. And you see this form in the sky reel back, taking this long spear that is red with gold highlights and a blade of diamond, and from the heavens cast it down. When they do, the force of it flying towards them erupts and causes the clouds to part as sunlight fills the sky around them. The blade comes down and strikes into the Pale Lady in this vision you're being shown. As it does, they hit the ground, pinned straight through the chest by it. You see their hand come up, grasp it, and then everything fades away as this knight in platinum and gold armor floats down, puts one foot on the Pale Lady, one hand on the blade, and starts dragging it out of them. As it does, you feel an intense pain in your chest, and then everything reverts back to where you were, and this vision the Pale Lady felt necessary to show you ends, and you are filled with a sense of deep sadness and regret.
Oh my god! Oh, poor pale lady. What the fuck is going on?
Are these Fenris sounds or bread sounds?
Well, the cursing. Maybe not so much.
difference?
No, right?
You would snap to and be pulled out of it. You find there's tears streaming down your face as the sound that pulls you out of it is sister beginning to explain what they've read to the group.
My dear, are you all right?
What happened?
I'm crying.
Well, yeah, why? What happened?
The pale lady showed me a vision of the past, this place's creation, your mother putting together this place with the aid of the pale lady, and then I think Vestius and this spear, they killed her. Perhaps
They killed the pale lady?
I saw this knight descend from the sky and stab into her. And then she's like has her hands where the the wound would have been in the pale lady. I think they may have trapped her here.
Like here? Like in
And
this room here?
The spear
Like-
might be here.
Oh.
Possibly. I did see the knight remove the spear. Rather viscerally and rather disrespectfully, too, for a knight.
Do you remember the area clearly enough?
Yes, it was here. But it was different. It was before.
To go into closer detail,
Yeah.
the area where that strike happened was after whatever the ritual that is currently going on. When it was happening back then, it had ended. It had blasted outwards, seemingly failing to trap whatever target it was after, having been seized by Vestius and turned on the pale lady. The remains of the area would have just been scorched earth. The remains of almost the world, like the ground where the city was on, caving in and downward. So it wouldn't correspond to any specific location as much as just the crater left where the city was.
That was the explodey end.
Oh.
Instead of the reversey end.
Vestius seemed to have seized. This magic was originally the Pale Lady's, I believe. And then Vestius seized it and used it against her. This doesn't make sense. Why? I don't know what to make of this.
This is really complicated.
Yes.
Indeed.
This pale lady, Fenris. You worship them like you do to Quinn?
Mm-hmm.
Certainly sounds as much, so I assumed.
They came to me in dreams for many years, and first showed me my own memories. But over time, they've begun to show me much more. And they showed up one time when we were fighting Murkwire, and bestowed this hammer to me before Quintus perhaps gave the thumbs up for that one.
She gave you the hammer. I made sure it was worthy to be. I made sure it was set in stone.
You made it legal.
Do you think what she was showing you is what will happen if we don't reverse things?
I don't know.
If there's a way to reverse it, in my opinion, that's the way to go. But I know that's a selfish wish.
Roll a perception check, Avi.
Okay.
Oh. Poor sad
I'll be
Avi.
honest, so let's see.
You see Rory. Crystallized.
I have. That tracks.
Cool.
Aviana.
You see
Can't be past
Rory.
here.
As you were.
A lot of this stuff goes over my head, but you said that this pale lady made this stuff, right? All this stuff that's happening right now?
Elma's mom and her work together. That's what I saw, at least.
And then this Vestius took it over. Is that correct?
It seems so. That's what I saw, at least.
So, you said, points to sister, that the caster they can undo it, right?
Correct. But if Vestius is the caster, we may have our work cut out for us.
Well, I was just wondering if trying to ask this pale lady for help would make any difference.
Oh.
I think that vision was supposed to be help, but I can certainly try.
I can do something.
What can you do?
I can probably only do it once, maybe ever, but I can... There's a living spell inside me after gestures vaguely where the cards were floating before.
Yeah.
And, I can use it to... the best way to describe it is I can rewrite reality.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
You can. Huh?
Yeah, it's gonna take me, if I cast it, I can use it, but I won't be able to do anything else after that. And if I word it even a little wrong, I could fling myself into the future, I could kill us all, I could make it so we never existed. It's
very complicated.
So last
spell.
resort.
Yeah.
Yeah, plan C.
I mean, I have a thing like from the cards where I can I think I can ask the universe for some kind of true thing or something, but I can only do it once, and I don't know if there's any consequences or anything for it.
save that for you.
We're getting sidetracked. We've learned so many things from Sister's readings of all of these spinning rings. We have learned that somehow we can have the caster reverse this in some way. We know that the caster is either Vestius or Vestius is the one that was here before. The one that talked for her. Where? They have to still be here somewhere, don't they?
I believe that would be a smart course to follow, but I fear that this vision of Vestius taking this ritual by force and now doing so again does not bode well. I fear
It doesn't
that
seem to. Sorry, continue,
perhaps-
sister.
Oh, no, you're fine, dear. Perhaps your pale lady was trying to warn you that Vestius may not be able to be trusted. I don't know. I am not familiar with Vestius.
I'm gonna look at Quinn.
I think that's pretty obvious at this point.
Yeah. I'm going to pull out my fan and look at Vogan.
Yeah.
It's the last thing I wanted to do, but... Vogan, could you break this for me?
Oh, we're doing that now.
Why? What happens? What happens if I break it?
My mother gave this to me when she left me in the street. It contains the primal gemstone of Vestius. Oh. I don't know how it'll help, but maybe getting it out of the fan will. I don't have any other ideas. I have nothing else. I don't know how to help.
Why is so special to you? Do you really think that we should break
There's
it?
nothing left here for me unless we fix it. I have nothing else to give here.
You have the primal gemstone of Vestius.
Yeah. My mother used it to weave the power of the star ruby into people's souls. To make them into keys. To open the vaults. In exchange, she wanted to find the body of the Raven Queen. So yes, I do. She left it with me, and I don't know why.
That gemstone, and those like it, the ones that correspond to all of the Eidolons, are anchoring points that allow the Eidolons to pass through the divine curtain when needed. The Eidolons have material bodies that they assume when they need to interfere with the world. Not like their true bodies, but it allows them to appear and act as they need to, as long as those are on the other side. Effectively, it's a very small fragment of the Eidolon's soul. Under certain circumstances, if somebody who were compatible with Vestius in some way were to be in possession of it, and this is a long shot, they could trick something into thinking that they were Vestius. However, that also runs the risk of if a being tries to connect with it too strongly, it would alert the Eidolon, and the results for them might be disastrous.
Do we have a choice?
Disastrous how?
It may welcome the Eidolon to seize their body. It may destroy them from trying to house the divine power of an Eidolon within them. It may permanently damage their mind, cripple their body. It's hard to tell. I could think of only one example of those that would be compatible with Vestius. And that would be me. And my kind.
You're saying it would turn you into a vessel.
Depending on how strong my will was. I was deployed here and created recently, as we Nephilim often are, to send a message for Vestius, and we were created as a race to work for Vestius, to create these vaults. I was only sent with enough information to do my job. But now that you mention Vestius needing to be here, I have a feeling that my presence here may be what's allowing them to communicate with the ritual at all. It's your call what to do with it. But if I can be of any assistance, though Vestius is my god and I would serve them faithfully, I believe that everything happening here is in error. And I would be willing.
Those things.
I would be willing to risk my life to set it right.
If I were compatible, I would do it myself.
And it's familiar about what happened with me before?
It all tracks. But Miriam, I think if you touch it,
I think I'm also compatible.
you weren't you. I can't ask you to do that.
I'm not in great shape, and if it works, then we have something, and if it doesn't, then it wouldn't be the worst either.
You believe that you'd be compatible with Vestius?
I think so, to some degree. They Avion's mom had a hand in my birth. And,
My mother. Go ahead, Mary.
they put a bit of that in me, I guess.
What?
I'm not letting you. Miriam, I have lost one person that I care about today. I'm not losing you too.
If this worked, if either of us were to do this, we could, in theory, stop the ritual and turn things back to how they were. I imagine it would take some time. I imagine it wouldn't be instantaneous. But what we have to be aware of is after we do that, that would leave Tenebros in the city.
Yeah.
To take advantage of its weakened state.
Once this thing is gone, if it's reversed, then we may be back to a position where we can finally fight him.
How long do you think it would take, Vestige?
Impossible to know. Although, I do. Okay.
You tell him.
I do have a way that I could try to find out if this has happened once before, or if any Nephilim were involved in the creation of this. My kind can pull memories from our ancestors. It's difficult, but I could try to do it and try to acquire some information that might be relevant.
Would that alert them to you? To what you're trying to do?
The beating heart exists to facilitate all Nephilim that are seeking to do their job, and if I requested that information, it would probably not raise any suspicion. If the beating heart wanted to draw me back and end my life, and if it considered what I'm doing now to be against the will of all Nephilim, I would already be gone.
Understandable.
I could try, but I'm only going to have one shot at it.
I know it's selfish for me to want to turn things back to how they are. I know that. But if
It's
you
a
can
solution.
If you can find out anything to help us with this.
I'll try. He, steps back from you. It's not a dramatic thing, but it's going to take me a minute. I will try to recall any memories from those who came before me that relate to this ritual and specifically how it was designed to end. This vault that we're in was made by the Nephilim, I can tell you that much. Our kind constructed basically all of them, so it stands to reason that some of my ancestors must have some knowledge of how this works. You see his eyes glow a faint pink and he closes them. I'm gonna go ahead and roll a history check and use a feature that he has as he takes a very deep breath in. Ka-cha. And then he's gonna use that feature to go ahead and give himself another d20 to roll. Wow.
Ooh.
He stays still for a second, and as he does, his body glows faintly with the little lines on his skin, the astrological symbols. They seem to, little bits of light begin dancing along them as if moving through circuitry. The ritual has never been used in such a way that it reached that conclusion, but those who helped to build it, they believed that if it were to be reversed, if the ritual were to end and were to snap itself back to how things were beforehand, it would take roughly 2 hours.
With Morian's current state, and with Vindy's willingness, I think we can do it. But I need all of you to agree.
There's something else.
What?
The faintest possibility of what we might be able to do.
If during that time, if we set the ritual to rewind itself, it will take 2 hours, but it will continue as if it were still trying to seize its target, the Tenebros. If during that time we manage to strip it of its physical form, the ritual may be able to do both at once.
Oh.
If we could kill it, and we could destroy any means for its soul to escape by removing its body, as the ritual concludes, it may still manage to trap him here. If it has enough ambient energy. Because it won't need all of the magical energy gathered to do so if its body is removed. So if we do this, we have a 2-hour window where killing the Tenebros would also remove it from the outside world and trap it here.
Then we have to try.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We look like garbage, but...
Could we rest?
Poor Flux isn't looking so
It
good.
would carry the same risk it does every time.
It's hard to tell how things would go.
Especially in here.
If we did take a long enough rest to regain our strength, then by the end of it, if we begin the 2-hour period, if the effects lessen and it stops trying to steal energy from those outside, then you all may regain your strength. And with enough rest at that point, you may be able to go into this stronger, fighting at your maximum ability. If we had some way to undo this damage to you all, it would be advantageous. But it's a lot of moving parts. It's a lot of timing.
I could use the same spell to heal us. I won't be able to do much after that, I don't think.
Didn't you say that there
We
could be
need you.
consequences to you doing that, though?
When I do things that objectively change reality, it does more to me than if it copies other magic.
Could leave a mark on you.
Well, I
We
don't
still
want
haven't
to if
decided
we don't
who's
have
going to take the who's going to try to become Vestius as well.
If Miriam is going to try to restore all of you to your proper strength, then it should probably be me.
In either case, I don't know exactly how fighting fit I'll be, but I can definitely get most of us back up on our feet.
Miriam, if you're not in good shape, afterwards you stay here.
That's what I was thinking. He goes with you. Copying the spell shouldn't do too much to me. And then I can deal with Vestius. You're stronger than me, and you seem better for wear.
Miriam, I already promised I wasn't gonna let you touch this again.
That's fine. I know you're scared, but it's the best option. You guys can take out the Tenebros.
I watched what happened to you last time. Just by
Kitty.
touching it.
Yeah,
Do
Quinn?
you think you can do it?
I think I can.
Do you think you'll be okay?
Honestly, I don't know. But that's not the point. The point is that that's the best option. If you guys
think
want to
you can
beat the
do it.
Tenebros,
You think you can do it, I trust you, Kitty. But I won't accept anything less than perfect. All right?
Yes, sir.
He like turns away as he says like, Then let's do it. Let's rest up, perform whatever we need to do. Have Kitty fix us, and then the rest of us, after Kitty succeeds in what he's going to do, take down Vestius in 2 hours.
That's a lot. That's a whole lot.
Yeah.
Well,
To
we
be
wouldn't be the highest standard if we made ourselves not take on a mission of this caliber.
To be clear, Miriam, we need the power of your wish to restore everyone, yes?
I think so. We could do it maybe instantaneously, as long as I know which magic to use.
So the order you plan to do this in is to use that to restore everybody and then to attempt to use the stone to channel Vestius and put an end to this?
Yes.
I see.
What are you thinking?
First, we need to know if the primal gemstone of Vestius truly is in that fan of yours.
I guess that's step one.
And just look at it. She
You want me to
gave this
break it?
May I see it?
Of course, and I'll hand it to him.
He takes it, looks at it. You see a very soft red glow emanating from it as soon as he touches it. We will need to be in there, within the actual ritual ground when it happens. Though that said, Miriam, come with me for a second.
Right behind you.
He walks through the anti-magic field over onto the side, staring at the large sphere with the rings circling around it. When you do this, there are several risks associated. The first is that you're dealing with magic that's far beyond your ability. That alone could kill you. The second is that the moment you touch this, you don't even know the nature of your relationship with it, do you?
I have no idea.
I see. Are you absolutely certain you want to do this? You'd be willing to risk your life in this way for the people of this city and those people back there?
They're getting out no matter what. That's the only thing I can hope for. Yeah.
Fine. He, walks up with you, basically, to near the edge of the bridge. You see his arm falls to the side, raises it back up and looks at it. I will extract this. If you have any goodbyes to say, then this would probably be the time to do so.
All right. I'll head back out to everyone else.
Is everything ready, Kitty?
Just about. He's getting it out now. Nothing left to do but do it.
Not the first time I've heard you say that.
Hopefully won't be the last.
Better not be.
Though I'll have to convince Tatia.
Jeez.
I'm a hugger boy.
Yeah.
Everybody roll me perception.
Hug.
Okay.
Oh my.
Aviana, I need you to do better.
Hell yeah, Lexi, you know what's up.
It didn't even roll. All right.
Oh, Ben.
Oh shit, Mommy! Damn, Mommy! So bam, 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 queen. Hell yeah.
I get 2 style points.
Oh shit.
Sister.
You say be right back, Aaron?
I'm not paying attention.
I said, yeah, that tracks.
So Quintus gain a favor?
Hmm.
As you all crowd around Miriam, you get the distinct impression that whatever you're on the horizon of, whatever comes next, might be the end of things for him. That even with the power of a wish behind him, there's not a lot that could protect Miriam from embodying the power of a god And even those of you that do not fully understand the power of the Eidolons can easily comprehend and feel the weight of what that means. As you all spend a final moment together with Miriam.
Hate this.
Avi. You're the first to see a very light red glow coming from the way of the chamber, as what you assume to be the Stone of Vestius. As you assume that what it is the Stone of Vestius being removed from the fan. Glancing over, Quintus, you also notice next. Lexi, you as well. And finally, Elma. This warm red glow that seems to start at a very small point in the vault begins to expand out as you all turn your attention. The rest of the group preoccupied with Miriam. You all turn your attention. And you see crystal wings emerge out from the back of Aristes as he summons a very large set of glass wings that the Nephilim are known for. He turns back towards the group, watches the lot of you. You see him spin his halberd that he's been carrying, and he pierces it into the ground on the bridge. And Avi, you catch a very morose smile from Aristes as he turns. The wings take on a reddish glow that almost matches the hue of a star ruby as he steps forward and into the chamber in front of him, heading towards the middle of it. As he does, there's a sharp red flash that comes from him as the lines that cover his body glow bright red. Everything falls silent, as you know nothing from within can reach outside, and nothing from outside can reach within, sound-wise. As you see the entire sphere glowing, you see the rings that run around the outside of the sphere, the symbols on them begin to light up one by one, turning various colors, and then all turning red around him. And I'm going to roll a charisma save for the boy.
Aristes!
There's a bright flash as the chamber shifts and you see the large hole that had opened in it begins to fill in as you see his body beginning to burn. The winged form of Aristes turns back to the lot of you, turns back, eyes locked on Miriam from deep within the chamber. You see the pinkish eyes flashing to the same star ruby-esque quality that you had, and then back. A very calm smile comes over his face as the sphere seals in entirely, the entrance to it gone. The entire sphere flashes red. There's an eruption of energy that comes out through the vault, echoes out into the outside, as you all feel magic burning past you, as you feel a storm of energy rushing out, not hurting you, but like a hurricane-level wind pushing past you. And whenever it subsides, looking into the vault, the giant sphere and rings are no longer present. The same space they had occupied still floats, is still there. In the middle, you see nothing, except for the star ruby of Vestius, floating, the two sections of the fan pulled harmlessly apart from one another. And a single shard of a pinkish gemstone floating beside them that loses its color and crumbles into dust. You feel a change. You feel the crystallization on your skin no longer feels painful. It's still present there, but it no longer feels painful. Quiet fills the room.
he did, we have 2 hours.
We have to do this. And Miriam?
I'm listening.
You're an idiot. I know you don't need to be told that. But how dare you? How dare you say that you're going to sacrifice yourself when you have Quintus here, when you have all of your friends here? How fucking dare you? Do you have any idea what that would do to everybody else who cares about you? So I never want to hear you with that self-sacrificial bullshit ever again. You are highest standard. You are our friend. And you are not ever doing that again.
She's right.
I'm gonna hug him really
Really?
tight. So go fuck yourself. And you are stuck with us.
First he steals my cool exit, and now I'm getting a lecture? Man.
Meanwhile, Fenris is just like sniffling and dabbing her cheeks. This is such a beautiful moment.
Logan,
Us. You said us.
is the bridge still there?
The bridge is still there. Where the 200-foot radius sphere had been before, there is now just a large empty space, a spherical space, at the center of which, floating, it seems like the anti-gravity effect in that room is still in place because the 2 parts of the fan separated cleanly at the hinge are floating just in the center of it, with the primal gemstone of Vestius slowly rotating in place.
I wanted to know if there was a thing there to allow Aristes to help us take down the
silver halberd
monster.
is still there, if that's what you're referring to.
I would like to go and grab it.
You walk up to the end of the bridge, your footsteps resonating as you step forward, echoing through the now hollow space. You step up to the edge, take a hold of the silver halberd. You notice a chain dangling from the end of it, a silver chain as before, that when the halberd had appeared, the pink gemstone had been on the end of. There's a empty link for that would hold a gemstone on the end of it, that when you take it out of the ground, it shimmers lightly. When you turn it, when the light catches the blade, it takes on a pinkish hue that dances across its surface.
And that gem is gone, right?
The gem that became Aristes, the core of him as a Nephilim, is gone, yes.
He will take it. He will look over toward the fan and the gem up there, and he will turn and start making his way back toward the group. Make any preparations. We leave immediately. We don't have time for anything else. Tenebros has to go down now. And we're the only ones who can do it.
It's now or never.
Miriam, do you plan to use that wish of yours for the healing, or what is the plan?
You don't have to.
You don't
know you're gonna hit us with some sweet healing or what? No.
Yeah, you do whatever you want. We'll be fine.
Either way, no pressure.
Wow.
No pressure.
I
We're
love
gonna
how
do this
people
thing
keep
that we
adding to it.
absolutely need.
Holy
I
shit.
love how people keep adding on to it. I just want Mary to go, no, let's just go.
Me too.
Trying to think of the strongest healing spell that I could cast. I could break the rules, but then I won't be able to help in the fight.
We'll need your help.
Or rather, I'd be able to help. I just hurt myself.
Miriam, roll me Arcana.
Arcana it is.
Can I give him my favor?
No.
Damn.
Can I assist him?
Who knows?
Come on.
I mean, Wish can probably do something helpful, but I don't know. It's Wish. Who knows what Wish can do? Wish can maybe do really good popcorn. I don't know.
I mean, probably could.
Make healing popcorn that will restore us to full.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to break the rules.
What does that mean?
It means that this is gonna... it's gonna hurt me a bit, but it'll be able to, I think, fix... yeah, all of us and more if we get upstairs to the others.
What did Abby just tell you?
I know, but it's the best contribution I can make. I'll be fine. I won't kill myself or anything. I'm gonna tear my muscles up a little bit, and I might not be able to do this again.
So you're thinking you want to get up to everybody else first?
Yeah.
It's whatever you want, Miriam. This is your call.
Everyone who's gonna be helping needs to be together. Otherwise, it's everyone present.
Okay.
Do we make it up to the top, back up to the top of the Skyward Estate then?
Maybe. It'd be good to see how they're doing. Honestly, I might be able to help High Lord Morian as well. I don't know if it'll affect him or not, but if I could, then that might buy us even more time. Granted, 2 hours is still our limit.
You can try. The others seem to be on places that are somewhat reachable. Remembering back to like where he saw the ballista go off, like on like an island.
Morian's a tough old coot, but I'm sure that he can use any amount of help we can grant. It would not hurt.
There's nothing else for us here then. Vincent, you stay here. You've been really quiet. Get in the vault.
In the corner.
Yeah.
God, you're right.
Feel safe now, Truckle Nuts?
He has been leaning against a wall, staring straight up, basically the entire time.
Fuck off.
I will be perfectly fine down here, thank you.
That prime. Wonderful.
Go do your thing. If the city's safe, then go kill the dragon. And if you don't kill the dragon, I'll stay down here. And when the city's raised by it, I'll come up and go start somewhere else.
No one would know. Let's go, guys.
He stops for just a moment. I just don't say I did never do my part. He takes his sword out, which actually is a fairly nice looking sword. He takes his sword out and he tosses it, scabbard and all, over in between the lot of you. Take it. It's called the nail. It's something that my father gave me to defend myself. I figure you can get more use out of it than me right now.
Suppose that's true.
I will put the nail in the party inventory.
Who wants fancy sword?
If no one takes it, I'll take it.
The nail.
Let us hope it's not a nail in the coffin.
Come on.
Oh, that was.
My stuff is freezing.
I like that one.
Yes, I don't do jests very often, but they're quite fun.
The long and short of the nail. It's a +1 long sword. Oh heck, headphones. It has 6 charges. When you hit with a melee attack using it, you can expend up to 2 of its charges. For each one you expend, the target takes 1d6 force damage. It regains 1d4 +1 at dawn. And if you use all the charges, you roll a d20. If you get a 1, it goes back to being non-magical. So it's effectively a staff of striking as a sword.
Nice.
Neat.
Huh.
It's in the party inventory.
Using the long swords.
I don't know, are you?
I was looking at Vogan, but Vogan just got a flame tongue, basically.
Yeah. Sitting there looking at the sword.
People other than me, I don't know really what you use, little pointed sister. I know you use smaller swords than this one at Omar.
Oh, I'm set. I've got my own. Mine's a little bigger.
The
That's
javelin I
twin.
just got is two-handed, so I can't use my
The halberd
shield
you
with
just
it.
got.
I said javelin. Oh my god. Take this. Ah! If nobody else wants it, I could use it with a shield because I'm not using Aristide's halberd with a shield.
Elma, quick, take this sword.
Well,
You're the only one.
Whoever wants
I
it.
can use it. Quinn can use it, and I don't know who else can use it.
I can't.
It's so heavy.
If you want it, Kitty, you take it.
I'm gonna be not great at swinging things, so
I will take it
for the time being.
I will
yeah.
take it for now, and I will give it to you
my
later.
strength
Maybe.
is going to be 3 in a moment. So.
Oh, okay.
What?
Boy.
Wait, why?
Which does
the punishment for breaking the rules.
Oh, God. You're gonna be a noodle boy for a hot minute.
I will take the nail for the time being, then.
Maybe I should
My
give this
God.
fucking book to you, Miriam.
Quickly, read it for 48 hours in the next 2 hours. Go.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Logan, did the anti-magic field get rid of my infusions or just disable them as I walked through?
It would have
them?
disabled them when you walked through them, and then they would have like turned back on the other side.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll just put them back on.
All right.
We go to the upstairs.
Hop, 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 hop.
Hut, hut, ya.
Winchester, there you are.
As you head up and you all arrive on the entry-level floor, you see Winchester, but you don't see Winchester greeting you happily this time. You see Winchester looking out the large doors at the end of the hallway and slowly stepping backwards as you hear several
Okay, Winchester, we gotta go.
You see the frame of the door blast open as you see what appears to be 4 algorithms of the silvery humanoids who'd been there floating in, again, totally floating off the ground, totally still, arms out, just floating in down the hallway, evidently alerted to the fact that the ritual had been altered.
Oh no. Oh no, not like
right.
this.
I forgot about that part.
Maybe
I
we
will
can
run
reason with
toward
them.
Winchester and jump
Yeah,
onto
well.
I guess we beat him up.
We gotta go, and we gotta go now.
Yep.
Or we run.
Speed
I like
round.
that one.
You could try it, Ryan.
Running is good too.
As you guys
We have limited time, so running will be a good call.
As you guys break for the elevator, you see one of them look over towards where the elevator is, and as you all stop and dash towards it, you see it raise up its palm, and you see the rune of law appear in its palm, and it blasts it.
Counterspell.
Not a spell.
Yes!
Not a spell.
damn it.
Down this road.
Red
Not a
getting all
spell.
excited.
Not a spell.
Yo, hell yeah.
You would not. It wouldn't burn. You would be aware when you do it that it's not magic. It's
Okay.
something a bit different. It fires it towards it, and not going at you guys, it heads towards the elevator. There is a swipe through the air. Vogan, you see a crackle of electricity as the air seems to contort in a blade shape that cuts the rune down and causes it to detonate early.
The babe! The babe's here!
Oh!
You guys hear footsteps as from the main stairs that would lead up to the second floor of it, a figure walks down, a black blade in one hand and a long blue blade in the other, as you guys see an elf with long black hair descending, walking towards them, electricity crackling from one of the blades.
Hi, Master.
If you all have something you need to do, then go and do it. I'll hold things here. Vogan, I'm not sure what changed outside, but I trust you had something to do with it. You've done a very good job.
He'll bow.
All right. Allow me to pull my weight for once, as I protect my father's castle.
You see her turn, raise the black blade up towards the algorithms.
Go.
Yes, ma'am.
Yo, Logan.
Yeah.
Can we get an image of Elmira?
You can. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Been a bit.
It's been a bit.
She's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Been a while.
We just
Been a
want.
while.
Oh shit, she's blue.
Here you go.
I like how I'm like one of the few people who had no idea what was happening when she appeared. I'm like, I've never seen this bitch in action.
Hell yeah.
Who's that?
That's
she
my
seems
master.
very strong. We should like take her with us or something.
I know that my like not boy.
Gives me like Hanzo vibes.
I don't know
Yeah.
how to feel about
Gee, I
Elmira
wonder
right now.
why.
I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Oh, she looks so cool.
After
Yes,
that
ma'am.
talk,
Thank you, ma'am.
As you rush, as
running by.
As a lot of you rush away and you rush to the elevator, you put your hands on the runes to make it activate. You hear the door, see the doors closing as she moves towards it and almost begins to get into a sprint. And you just hear her speaking very calmly as the algorithms begin to move and speed towards her down the hallway. My father built this place as a testament to the goodwill between all races. It may have failed that, but I want to carry on that idea. And as she is about to strike forward, you see a blast of flame from behind the algorithms as one strikes it. One of the algorithms tumbles forward as a blade is embedded in its back, and you see a figure with flaming gauntlets stepping up and towards the hallway. As you see Elmira on the other side of her, the algorithms, and on the other side of them as Keen von Haku steps out, tenses his knuckles, and you, as the doors to the elevator close, you just hear a very quiet but resonant, I found you.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, no.
Wait, Hanzo's looking for you both. Close the door.
And it closes, and the elevator engages, and you begin to move up as you start to hear the sounds of combat coming from the floor below. Slowly
Logan,
becoming
I was
more
going to
distant.
say your master's a badass, but then that happened, and I'm worried. But also, your master's a badass.
Yeah, Logan, I was gonna say your mom's really cool, but then that happened.
How do I stop an elevator?
down. Let me go back.
I'm not letting you.
But my mom.
Yeah! He admitted it!
You were saying, look.
I was done narrating the elevator. I was letting you guys go. As it goes up and you guys have a moment of Vogan pressing against the door, seemingly trying to escape at the last second. It closes, begins to move. Lyra just puts one hand on Vogan's shoulder. I'm not sure what the relationship between you and them are. I've seen them around. You're not related. Of course you're not related. They'll be fine. They seem like they're very powerful.
Yeah, but they're gonna kill each other.
To be fair,
Yeah, I'm
she's
worried
gonna
for Keen,
kill
actually.
him.
Yes, actually.
Yeah, she might kill Keen, yeah.
Look,
If you could beat Keen,
all I'm
she could
saying
probably
is that,
beat
yeah, she like points, about to say something, points to Quintus. You defeated him, right?
I did.
And they taught you?
Yes.
Then they have nothing to worry about.
She's got a point.
I'm worried for Keen now, actually.
Yeah.
Those numbers add up.
Hey,
he's a
and if
dick. I don't
Hanzo
care
is
about-
okay, this is gonna be interesting.
I kind of wish we had time to go back and watch.
Oh yes, we had a.
If this were if this were a proper show, we would get like the episode that is them fighting.
Yeah.
I want it.
Lady. Everyone's like, "Oh my goodness," and y'all are like, "Let's go watch them fight to the death."
This is why I need to go back, so I can be like the point of view of the audience. So they can...
Or you could be the sideline anime character that narrates what's happening as it's
Well, no,
happening.
if it was an anime, it'd be like Vogan stopped to fight Keen, then Keen beat him down, and then Elmira showed up.
Fuck you.
Heckin'. Oh.
Heckin', as you guys go up and the elevator reaches the top floor, as soon as it does and it opens, you hear the sound of wisping wind coming from outside. Before, the wind had been stifled by the barrier. It's like the weather couldn't really affect things all that much. You hear the sound of torrential wind and have to cover your eyes for a second to adjust to it, and when you step out onto the balcony, you see the crystal still there, connected to Morian, but all of the spires, the tendrils that had connected to it before, seem to have shattered and cracked off, leaving just the large chunk that he's trapped in. You see Lilywind and Vindy both at the edge, looking out at the city as you guys rush out and look out at the city as well. Everything appears to be basically the same. Chunks are still floating through the air. In fact, once you're out, you feel gravity's lessened enough
that you almost feel like if you lift it off, you might be able to simply maneuver through the air like you could in the chamber below.
We have a Kingdom Hearts fight. We have a Kingdom
As
Hearts
you
fight
look
with
out
Cerberus?
as you look out at the city, you see the facets that make up the gemstone barrier. Behind them, they seem to be like blinking out randomly and back in, and you see long, gradual cracks forming along the barrier, and magical energy swirling and appearing with almost localized arcane storms of energy wisping and circling around, as the ritual has clearly been disrupted. You see in the distance landing on one of the massive chunks of city. The Tenebros crashes into it, lands, and you see the final algorithm that was on it get crushed under its hand. There's a moment of resignation, of silence, as its attention turns and its massive draconic eyes fixate on the general direction of the Skyward Estate, and then up towards where all you guys are. It's still several hundred feet away, at least. You see its wings spread out. The green inner glow under it flares up as it reels back and lets out a roar that resonates through the entire city. The green energy flashing with the sound as it rockets off and starts beelining towards the balcony where you are. It would still take it about a minute to get to you as it's flying at you.
Bendy, Lilywin, we did it! Kitty, do it!
You turn, and Miriam's already starting to float just slightly off the ground.
Oh, there he goes!
I would note, by the way, in getting up here, because of the travel time, about 40 minutes to an hour of the time has already elapsed.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Oh my god.
Okay.
I will also preemptively light my sword on fire.
Noting that only lasts for a turn when you do it.
Oh, it does, really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You get
Oh,
it
then
3
don't do that.
times, and then you use it, and then for that turn, it gets the extra damage.
Oh,
Well, no,
okay,
he just set it on. He just set it on fire.
Oh, he just poured oil on it and just.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Oil
so you know.
Okay.
Got a lighter.
Never mind. I will not do that then.
Okay. Miriam? Vindy looks at a lot of you. I will watch over here, and if I find you need me, I will aid, but I'm quite at my limit, I think.
Leave this to us then.
A small orb of light with small little specks the size of almost like dust motes spinning around. It appears in front of Miriam. As he grasps it, he is going to cast Wish and heal every single creature he can see, and also it will affect them with Greater Restoration.
You're going to use that effect?
Yep.
Alrighty. If I recall, that one is safe, is it not? Because that's one of the effects it describes.
Spell simply takes effect. Alternatively, you can create one of those effects. The stress of casting it to produce any effect other than duplicating another spell.
Alright.
I think that one will still hit me.
Okay. Duplicating the spell. Yep. So that would happen. You are all healed as it happens. Energy washes over you as the world seems to get, as the world itself seems to turn. You see all the facets of the gemstone barrier. They all stop, and you see what looks like hundreds of reflections of a clear full moon appear in them, and the light expands out brightly. The entire center of the city within the barrier is filled with this almost warming, luminescent glow that seems to come from down below, this bluish tinge as if in reaction to the wish that when it happens, you all feel reinvigorated, and I'm going to treat you all as if you've taken a long rest. And I'm
very nice.
long rest, and the reductions to your hit points are gone.
Logan, there was one more thing I wanted to. I remember to do, but I forgot to do it during the short rest, if possible.
What?
I was gonna hand over the orb of inflaming over to Flux.
Sure.
As I mentioned it earlier. If he wants it, it takes attunement. That's why I was like during the short rest.
I think I have a slot, so that would be cool.
Bam, because it gives you more fire.
So
Also,
much
it's called
fire.
Also, it's called the Flame of Dawn now.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
All orbs that come to me have to be named after my god, you see.
Of course, yes.
Removing the
Appreciate you.
still going through removing the reductions on everybody. Ba-ba-ba-ba. That should be everyone except didn't get Lyra.
Yeah.
Flavor-wise, when we entered the chamber, we can tell Morian is still alive, correct?
Morian still seems to be in there.
Sister seems visibly relieved by this.
No.
Long rest. As everybody.
I have to affect myself as well.
I don't know why.
Would I have the plus?
Omar, why did you go to 0 hit points when I long rested?
Because
you?
I thought you had done it already, and it just missed me. So I was just gonna put my stuff back up to full, but then you long rested us. So.
Oh, okay.
Well, Omar's dead.
Shit.
Would I have the plus 10 to my?
Yes, that
max
would
HP
still be
for-
there. I was going to let me get through this stuff, guys. I got a couple more things that I
Sorry.
gotta go through, and then we'll settle on flavor text. I guess gotta do
Kitty,
numbers here.
Was part of your wish to kill Omar?
Oh my
So
god.
Miriam,
sacrifice.
guys, Miriam, we need to resolve wish on you.
Yeah.
So, I am going to have to do 2 things. One, I'm going to grab wish just so that I can remind myself of what it does. Strength drops to 3, so just let me make a note for you. Strength, normally 10. You know that you'll have the effect of if you cast a spell, you'll take necrotic damage while this is happening.
Yep.
And now for the big one.
My strength is going to be 3 for 5 days.
3 for 5 days.
Oof.
You can also lower that by doing nothing
Doing
but light activity.
absolutely nothing, yeah.
I need you to roll me 1d100, and if it is 1 to 33, you lose.
never cast
you can
Wish
never
again.
cast wish again.
Oh fuck.
Come on.
I'm
I
making
need
sure
at
to watch him
least-
do.
One more of these.
You do not lose wish.
Oh my god.
You do this, Flux. As you watch this, you almost feel like additional systems within you come into place. As if as you watch him cast this, though the magic is mystifying and complicated, you have an innate understanding of it, and you feel the information on how to cast wish is added to a certain library within your mind. As the silver fire that resides within you seems to burn brighter, taking in the information and the magic that you see.
Oh, goodness.
As this happens, as the Tenebrosis form charges towards you, Fenris, you feel the weight of the hammer as your feet lift off the ground just slightly. You feel the hammer glow, and you feel as if the warm presence of the Pale Lady once again wrapped around you. You swear for a second you see the arms come in and wrap around your shoulders and embrace you as you go to fight. Aviana, you feel the presence and you see the vague outline of Valhendragon standing beside you, weapon up. You see them look to you, look out towards the threat ahead, and then their spirit vanishes, continuing to grant its blessing to you. As the rest of you look towards it and steel yourselves for the battle that's coming ahead, you prepare yourself, you get ready and back up, preparing for the onslaught as the dragon approaches you, and just as it's about to collide with the area above you, you see a wisp of smoke above you appearing beside it in the form of a dragonborn wielding a great sword comes in beside it, screaming, just strikes it in the side of the head, knocking it off course, and it collides with the side of the building as you see Murkwire in the air, teleporting in with the cape. You are not getting away from me! And we are ending there, and next session, we're resuming with the fight itself. Yes.
Logan.
Yes.
You long rested us for like healing and stuff, but are like uses of my
I'm
like
treating everything as if it had long rested.
Okay. Okay. So I can get my
Oh,
get my
I
sword
have
back.
my.
Another step.
Take all y'all shits back.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I have.
my spells back. I got all my shit balls.
Hell yeah,
Also,
bitch.
also could I have used spiritual armor? But
you didn't say you did it, so you can use
you were
it.
talking. So
Well,
He had time to say wish, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
y'all were kept. Whatever.
Heckin', we will. There will be more than one turn in the fight. I promise you.
It's a whole action though.
Dragon Surge.
Oh no.
I was gonna say, I'm like, there's these thing called Dragon Surge.
Yes, so we will stop there. Next week we come back into it, and
Now you're barking.
we have this,
Well, the
and
game's over.
that was a dense game.
A lot.
Logan,
A
Oh
lot.
my god.
Logan, I thought about something.
Yeah.
I finally got a boon from a merchant lord.
You sure did. You sure did, champ.
Wow, I can't believe Vincent is your fucking sponsor. How does that feel? You feel dirty
here's
at
the
all?
thing. My original plan was to like try to ingratiate with Vincent, but then like it would backfire because he was such a fucking asshole.
that do be the struggle with Vincent.
Really
He
do
is in
be.
fact a butthole.
Just about getting.
Also,
a
it
boon
turned
from
out
the best
Merkwire was
one,
still
though.
alive, so that also threw a wrench in my
So
plan.
I saw someone in
Yeah.
chat note, wouldn't Miriam technically have taken a long rest? I assume you're pointing that out for the purposes of the wish damage. Do you think that Wish's effect is going to preclude Wish's punishment?
Yeah,
They
on
don't-
Wish, doesn't it say like this damage cannot be avoided or something?
No, it's
no, they're not talking about that. I think they mean was I rested? Yeah, like it would have healed me the same as everyone else, but I'm still gonna get fucked up if I cast any magic.
Yeah.
He's not going to be opted because the thing is the damage from spell slots and the and such that lasts until he completes a long rest. Wish's effects aren't going to mitigate Wish's penalty. That's
It says there's no way to avoid the damage.
well, that's not the point. The point is that effect ends on a long rest. Is the matter at hand?
Yeah.
Which the answer to that is I'm treating it like everyone took a long rest. He didn't take a long rest.
Yeah. Man. What a cool Avengers Assemble freaking thing. Even though I have no idea who half of these people are, I'm just like, oh, well, that's
Oh, I
pretty
introduced
cool.
myself to you.
Yo, right? I also said hi. I'm Lexi. Oh my god.
Happy to see
Would Rory have been healed as well? Rory's not a person right now. Rory's a statue.
Oof, that
Yeah.
fucking din art though.
It was
Holy
worth the
shit.
shot, but that was part of my thought process is whether or not it would work on him because I'm like he's not really there anymore.
No,
Petrified creatures are still creatures? Hard
They're not
disagree.
not petrified.
Like other
Aren't
things.
they, doesn't it? Aren't they like objects if they're petrified?
Yes, they count as objects.
Yeah, they just count as objects. So
I suppose we'll have to find out next week.
When you
Next
said
time.
Logan, when you said we went up and Winchester didn't gallop up to him, like you did not just petrify him. You
No,
did
no,
not. I was avoiding that by not taking a long rest, Logan.
Well. Well, yes, Winchester will also. He actually still has the benefit of the Hero's Feast because he never went into the chamber. He is still plus 7 hit points.
And he's immune to fear.
It's true.
Wow.
Good thing you guys have
What
those
a brave
patches
boy.
still, because you're gonna need them here in
Yeah.
a minute.
Fuck yeah, we do.
You're right.
Really?
Actually, hold on. It's been less than 24 hours since you succeeded technically the saves. One second. After Hero's Feast, I have to remind myself. Does it say that you are counted as succeeding the saves, or is it that you're just immune?
I think it just says you're immune to fear.
Yeah. So you guys
think
technically
it's
didn't make the saves, so you will still need to deal with the fear effect. Luckily, y'all got patches.
I can't believe we're about to have a floating Kingdom Hearts battle with a giant dragon. That's gonna be
I
great.
know, as soon as you said Kingdom Hearts battle, I'm
It's
like,
gonna be so good.
oh, I'm scared, but I'm so excited.
I've never been so. Oh, what a game.
So much.
I don't think I can use the nail actually, Logan, unless you let me.
What do you mean?
It requires attunement.
You would have had about an hour traveling up.
Okay.
If you want to have been
Right.
attuned to the nail, you can be. I also put Aristide's Halberd, which is a +1 silvered halberd, into your inventory.
Oh, the boy! He came. He did the thing. He left.
Since it's silver, that's gonna come in very handy against the dragon.
Mm-hmm. I wanna heckin' after all this, if we all live, I wanna go and like find like the prettiest pink gem I can find and put it on that little chain.
No.
Aw. I don't have any pink gems, otherwise I'd give you one of my.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I own a gem dealer. You see.
I know you did.
Wow.
The phrasing.
Don't ever phrase it like that to Aviana. She'll deck you in the face. She'll throw you to death.
No, it's fine. It's fine. She's horribly racist. Ah!
Slavery
I didn't say hi to sister.
It's true, you didn't. What?
Yeah.
Logan didn't say hi to sister. You don't know his name.
Yeah, sorry. I realized everything was kind of like chaotic in the course of the game, and I didn't want to like throw off the narrative stuff. But I mean, I assumed everyone kind of.
I'm so happy that it went.
Yeah, we kind of just.
I'm so happy that it happened
Sister
that
is
way.
excellent, by
Todd.
the way.
We're like,
This is my
hi, I'm
first time
Quintus.
seeing
It's like,
her.
what's your name, sister? I'm sister. Yes, you.
Oh.
Sister's interactions with the party were everything I wanted and more.
I'm just happy to be here. I'm just here to help.
I am Sister Valdis. I speak for the trees.
I think I'm gonna end the YouTube recording side of things, guys, so we can get to the stuff.
Goodbye,
Have
you
fun.
two.
Have fun.